Mic hot. Voice box. TikTok. We don't stop. Dance macabre in the house. Start to hit this shit off. What's up, Dance? My main man. My number one follower. My friend from a distant land. My soul trapped in another body. My brother from another mother. My long lost cousin, sister, lover. Ah, fuck. God damn. Let's get some eyeballs on this shit. Kind of scared to put them on. Do I want to see things clearly, Dance? Do we want to have vision? Do we want to know the truth? Or does the truth break us down? Post D&D session. Cool, man. Did you level up? Are you the dungeon master? Oh, boy. You gotta keep me in check, Dance. You gotta keep me in check. Somebody do an open mind redemption here. I'm feeling closed off to the world right now. I'm feeling scared. I'm feeling fearful. Daisy Vibes. What's up, Daisy Vibes? You vibing tonight? You feeling alright being alive? Are you still out there? Struggling and striving to achieve new delights in the feelings that you've got? Love in your heart and soul? Is your world totally open? Or are you feeling beaten and broken? If so, sit down with me and drink some tea. And just let your mind be free. Try to remind myself all the time not to get broken and feeling down inside. But it's hard with this mountain of pride. Feels like I'm always falling down. Getting a kink in my side. Oh. Oh. Why does everything hurt? Need to stretch it out. Figure out what this life is worth. My setup is cool and cozy. Yeah, that's the point. Daisy Vibes. That's what I tried to do. That was the intention. The whole idea behind this stream was how can you stage, create an environment where people are more open to having conversations? And I figured, where do I feel open, safe, happy, free to explore, unjudged? A nice, cozy living room with a fireplace. Gotta have a plant in there somewhere, right? Gotta have a plant. Gotta have some props. I got my So I used to be a graphic designer. I still kind of am. But I had 3 ferrets. All of these 3 had passed away, unfortunately. But I photoshopped them into some those old high school background photographs that you take. At least that I took when I was a kid. They had this. This is my favorite one here. The laser background. I don't know. Back in the 80s, you went and you got photographs taken for your yearbook, and they had this laser background. It was always my favorite. So I figured I'm gonna Photoshop my 3 ferrets portraits. These are my only kids. These are the only kids I have. And of course you need props, right? So what would make me a more worldly thinker? I thought, maybe I need a globe. Yeah, let's get a globe in there. We used to have a thing where people would challenge me, challenge my geographical knowledge. I think there's still a redemption. Dance, there's still a redemption, right? You DM'd? Nice. Dance is a dungeon master. You're cool at graphic designing? I try to be cool. Try to be cool at everything. That's the whole idea. Just try to be cool like the fawns. So yeah, I got this globe. I did a video. Oh no, you're not, this isn't a new, I've got this other graphic designer that's constantly trying to con me into doing things. And, so I'm hoping that you're not her. 'Cause I will find out. I will find out. I will find out. Dance, what's a place, a remote place in the world that I ought to know about, but probably don't? Where is Batman? Yes, the place really exists. Where is Batman? There's a town, city, country called Batman? I don't believe you, dude. I'm gonna have to fact check that real quick using artificial intelligence. Where is Batman? Batman is not a place. Batman is a state of mind. Right? It's the good guy that wears a mask, that tries to do good things behind the scenes using only his mind, his brain, and technology. Where's Copilot? It's not loading. It's broken. Keep wondering when the AI is going to infiltrate me. Let's see if it loads. If not, I'm going to have to go it alone. Batman's not a lot to go off of, Dance, and I'm pretty sure Batman is not listed on the actual map. Oh! You're right. A real city built in Turkey. Batman City. A city in Turkey. You're kidding me. All right, here it is. Batman Town, southeastern Turkey, in the center of the country's oil-producing region, is located about 5 miles west of the town of Sirt.
Hi again, Roy.
Hey, I was just tipped off by a good friend of mine that there exists a city in the world called Batman. Could you tell me about this interesting place and how it came to get that sort of name?
Ah, Batman. Yes, it's a real place. Located in southeastern Turkey, Batman is both the name of a city and a province. The name likely comes from the Batman River, which flows through the region. The river's name might have originated from an old Turkish unit of measurement, or from the word Batiman, meaning west in Turkish and Kurdish. It's not related to the comic book character, though it's an amusing coincidence. Would you like to learn more about it?
If there's some more amusing, interesting facts about it, sure.
Batman Turkey has some quirky tidbits. It's one of the country's leading oil-producing areas. The city even tried to sue Warner Brothers over the Batman film's use of the name, though the case didn't go anywhere. And there's an annual Batman festival celebrating culture and history. Quite a place, don't you think?
Sure. Is there a real Batman that exists and takes residence within that area who dresses up and, I don't know, does cameos and sometimes helps old women cross the street?
That would be quite a sight. But as far as I know, there's no real-life Batman patrolling the streets of Batman Turkey. However, it would make for an amusing local legend. I imagine the city might have plenty of folks with a sense of humor about the name, though.
Sounds like an opportunity.
Definitely an opportunity for someone with a flair for the dramatic. Imagine the stories if a real-life Batman emerged in the city of Batman. It could add a whole new layer of intrigue and fun to the region. Perhaps a local hero will rise to the occasion someday. Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, that would. Is there a real Gotham City?
Absolutely. Gotham City is a fictional place in the Batman universe, but there is a real place called Gotham in Nottinghamshire, England. It's a small village with a curious connection to folklore, known for the Wise Men of Gotham tales, where the villagers pretended to be mad to avoid a royal highway being built. It's not quite the Gotham of Batman lore, but it's got its own intriguing history. What an interesting parallel, isn't it?
Sorry, repeat that. What did the citizens do to protest? They pretended to be mad? Can you repeat that other story that you told me?
Sure, in the village of Gotham, England, it's said that to avoid a royal highway being built through their village, the locals pretended to be mad. The idea was that the king would avoid the area, thinking it was full of lunatics. It's a playful bit of folklore that highlights the villagers' cleverness. Quite a unique form of protest, don't you think?
Oh, that's a great idea. We need to do that.
It'd be a fantastic story to witness unfold in real life. Imagine a modern-day version of Gotham's villagers pulling a clever ruse. It's a reminder that sometimes the most unexpected methods can be the most effective. What else do you find intriguing about folklore and legends?
I'll get back to you on that. Thanks.
Whenever you're ready, I'm here. Take care.
Dan says, fuck, in the early 2010s, Batman was chosen by an online pool to be the testing ground of a discreet emergency condom delivery service, the useless shit you learn about in college marketing. An emergency condom delivery service? Wow. I'm not sure why that didn't catch on. Like, you know, you call up your Uber Eats, you get yourself a pizza and a pack of condoms. I mean, emergency? What kind of emergency requires a condom? Does blue balls constitute a technical emergency? I don't think so. I don't think so. Turkey is a Muslim country. Yeah, so what's the rules around? I mean, how does this? So I'm not that educated in sort of Muslim religions. I'm assuming the views there are pretty strict surrounding things like sex, and they're probably not as progressive here in the West. So you would think that, I don't know, condoms would be maybe are condoms frowned upon there? And if so, why was that chosen as a test bed? for a condom delivery service. The poll was full of trolls. Daisy Vibe says half Asian, half European. Daisy Vibes asks, what are your hobbies? That's a good question. My hobbies include juggling, freestyle rapping, and basically mind wandering. And, you know, I do a lot of other things, but it's like mostly, reading. I like to read or listen to books on tape. I don't really have any other major hobbies that I do regularly. I like to drum. I have bongos, so I try to drum and freestyle rap at the same time. I do a lot of sleeping. That's one of my big hobbies. I keep going back to sleep because I'm hoping that eventually I wake up in a different reality. You know, like eventually, if I just sleep enough, I'm sure that eventually I'll awaken into just a totally different reality where things aren't so crazy, confused, and complex. You ever get that sense? Wonder whether or not you're just going to wake up in a different reality? Dance, you and I talked about that, right? One example of the guy with a lamp, where he was basically stuck in a dream world because he hit his head and went into a coma and lived an entire life with a beautiful wife. And then all of a sudden one day he looked at a lamp and the perspective was off and he couldn't stop staring at the lamp. He kept focusing on it. He's like, what's wrong with the lamp? This is breaking my reality. And eventually his reality broke and he woke back up in a totally different world and realized that he had just been the victim of a head trauma and he was in a coma. Even though I do have a lot to be grateful for in this world, a lot to be thankful for. I've got a great wife. I've got a great mom. I've got a great sister. And I feel like I still have a lot of fun and there's a lot of beauty around. But, you know, sometimes it's like, maybe this isn't the optimal life. Maybe this isn't the world I'm meant to be living in. Orange Hue! The orange is back. Orange Hue. Awesome teapot. Yeah, it is. This is really the only this is the only reason that people actually come into my stream, is to stare at my teapot. This is really the best thing about my stream. Isn't that sad? Daisy Vibe says, sleeping is my favorite hobby. You're in the right place, man. You just had toast for breakfast? Right on, dude. What do you put on your toast? Morning coffee? Where do you live? Right now it's the afternoon here. You know what I wanted to do? Australia. Right on. Good morning. Good morning. You know what I wanted to do? I wanted to do a Mr. Roybert reacts to himself. I used to make all kinds of YouTube videos. And then I learned that the world, by and large, wasn't really interested in the content that I wanted to create. So I basically, I put it on hold. But I have all these great videos. One of them is about mental models and how we can think about the human brain as alien technology, right? So we got these things inside of our heads. We got these things inside of our heads called brains. You're welcome. We got these things inside of our heads. This crazy crazy complex technology. And for a long time, it was basically like a black box, right? We didn't really know much about it. I mean, we could introspect. We had the subjective understandings, and we can come to know things about ourselves just by acting and observing how we behave. And then we kind of infer what might be happening inside of our skulls. But, you know, we just didn't have any means to get inside of, uncover, look under the hood, as it were, and figure out how the whole damn thing works. And it wasn't until fairly recently that we developed all these kind of tools for studying neuroscience. And I made this video because I was like, what if we thought about the human brain as like alien technology, right? And, you know, if an alien mothership lands or crashes, and we went to that alien ship, it would have all this technology, all this stuff that we really didn't understand, and we'd have to study it and reverse engineer it. And by reverse engineering the alien technology, we would learn all these new cool things, right? And that's kind of a good metaphor for what has happened just over the last, I don't know, let's say 50 years or so, when sort of cognitive and neuroscience has started to really kind of take hold. So I made an interesting video about what happens when you think about the human brain as alien technology. It's a pretty short video. I haven't seen it probably in about a year and a half. Mr. Roybert, you are a support artist. It's a coagulator. The flesh is weak. Praise abominable intelligence. Abominable intelligence. AI. Oh, I like what you did there, Dance. I like that. I'm going to have to steal that from you. AI. Abominable intelligence. So let me pull up this video. What else is everyone doing today? What do you got planned for the weekend? Anyone going to a dance? Anyone gonna take some psychedelics and go into a trance? YouTube, joy of thinking. Hey, look at that. It actually came up in the search results. Orange Hue, you're gonna like this. Dance, you're gonna like this too. Because this, I think, helps to explain a lot about our current predicament. All right. Get your popcorn. You got your popcorn? Everyone get your popcorn. Oh shit, hold on. I gotta end my Spotify here. Alright.
There's a great scene in Independence Day where this long shadow gets cast across society. And everyone stops what they're doing and looks up to the sky and bears witness as this enormous alien spaceship emerges from the clouds for the first time. And sure, everyone panics at first, but eventually that obvious threat just hanging there for all to see becomes a catalyst for humanity to unite and get stronger.
So, the question is, do we need some kind of alien threat in order to put aside our petty differences and come together? Well, partner, in a way, I think we already have one. The problem is that it isn't obvious, like it is in these Hollywood movies. It's hidden. So let's think about how we can rewrite the script and add a little twist.
Don't you think that the aliens in Independence Day were a bit too stupid for a spacefaring civilization? Are we really supposed to believe that Will Smith and Jeff Goldblum thwarted their entire plot? That seems like a pretty critical mistake, underestimating your enemy. And look, they flew in with all of these high-powered enemy warships, guns blazing. But had they just left us alone, we might have killed ourselves in a couple of 100 years.
Now pretend that you and I are part of an even more advanced alien civilization and we're interested in the Earth. What would we do?
Attention. The Federation of Super-Intelligent Spacemen has dispatched a single scouting ship to Earth, where it will sit in the sky, undetectable beneath its cloaking shield, and broadcast a subliminal signal to amplify the baser instincts of humanity. Divide and conquer. The likelihood of total human self-annihilation is near certain, provided they do not detect our hidden influence.
Now you think that this is just a fun thought experiment, but listen to me carefully. I didn't make this up. I know that's hard for you to believe, but that's only because you're under the spell of the alien mothership. Here, put this on. The alien conspiracy is real, metaphorically speaking. And that's because there is a super advanced alien technology hiding right under all of our noses that often causes us to act against our own self-interest, dividing humanity and pushing us all towards the brink of annihilation. Yes, you got it. I'm talking about the human brain. And in order for us to unite against this common enemy, all of us need to have a basic understanding about how it's working against us. So wait, you're saying that we are our own worst enemy and that the solution is more self-knowledge? Oh yeah, I mean that's ancient history, right?
The alien ship has always...
All right. So what do you think so far? Did you get your? Are you enjoying your popcorn? So the basic point was that, okay, well, these aliens in Independence Day, they came out with this giant mothership, right? And they're like, yeah, we're just going to attack you directly. But, I mean, what if they just kind of hid behind a cloaking mechanism and just broadcast these signals, right, that amplified our base instincts and watch us annihilate themselves? They wouldn't have to lift a finger, right? They wouldn't have to exert any energy. There'd be no cost to using all these fancy weapons, right? They wouldn't put themselves in danger, right? That would be a much better strategy. All right, let's go on. Dance Macabre has a hypothetical. Okay, what's your hypothetical, Dance? And then we'll resume the next portion of the video. This video is only 12 minutes, so we'll take just like 3 breaks. Tell me about your hypothetical. Did you like my tinfoil hats? You only have a thetical, orange hue? Uh-oh. All right, while Dance is formulating his hypothetical, let's watch the next portion of this. All right, you ready? What if they didn't come to invade but hunt for sport? Ooh. I like that. I think that could be the new blockbuster. Yeah.
The alien ship has always been among us. And although early humans could not see it, they had indirect evidence of its existence. Strange weather patterns would form around the ship. Visual distortions would occur when looking at the moon or stars through it, but with no way to study it. They could but speculate as to its nature.
Ancient Greek philosophers like Aristotle knew about the brain, of course, but it was a total mystery. He thought that it was a secondary organ that acted like a radiator to cool off the blood for the heart, which he saw as the real seat of intelligence. 150 years later, a Roman physician and philosopher, Galen, correctly placed thinking inside of the brain, but he thought it all happened in these weird fluid-filled sacs that we know today as ventricles, which really just provide some nutrients and cushioning for the rest of the brain. So we were just completely ignorant of this organ for centuries and centuries and centuries. And eventually we started making these accidental discoveries. We started making contact.
As humanity takes to the sky, they begin accidentally crashing their planes and rockets into the side of the ship, damaging it. And whenever this occurs, they notice all of the humans around begin to act strangely. One collision may cause humans amnesia. Another may cause hyperaggression. Still another may cause a strange condition whereby they cannot distinguish one face from another.
So now we started to learn about this general relationship between the structural integrity of the ship and our ability to function normally. Or, in other words, form equals function. And different damages to different parts of the ship cause different dysfunctions. The most famous example of this is the story of Phineas Gage, who had a metal rod shot like a bullet up through his cheek, out the top of his head, and it destroyed part of his frontal cortex with it. Now, Phineas made a full recovery, except according to his friends and family and doctor, he was never the same individual afterwards. He couldn't seem to function anymore in social situations. So that is really interesting. But you could see how progress is really slow when you have to wait around for these freak accidents to happen to learn anything. So wouldn't it be great if we had direct access? Wouldn't it be great if we could board the ship? All right, before we board the ship, let me get back to chat here. So, what are you talking about, Dance? They had a little hunting incident. 50% of the world population becomes a telepathic human hive mind. How long before the non-telepaths bomb the telepaths? If 50% of the world population becomes a telepathic human hive mind, how long before the non-telepaths bomb the telepaths? Ooh, that's well, if the telepaths, you're saying the telepaths could only communicate with one another? Because if they're telepaths, then they could get wind of the plot, right? And use their more advanced thinking to thwart it before it happens, right? So maybe never. Even Predator walks around wearing us as jewelry. Their travel agency and their insurance bomb the Earth and cover up accident and reassure shareholders. Their travel agency and their insurance bomb the Earth and cover up accident and reassure shareholders. Yeah, the ship is kind of... So the outer ship is a metaphor for the skull. And then the technology, the engine, like everything inside the ship is like the brain. Yeah. You board your orange ship every night? Yeah, we're kind of... I mean, we are that's the idea of the homunculus, right? Where we are somehow some small version of us inside of our heads, like sitting around at the controls, pulling levers and stuff. All right, let's board the ship.
During the middle of the 20th century, humanity develops an EMP rocket and disables the alien ship's shields. They send up an elite team of scientists and engineers to board the ship. Inside, they find a vast control panel with all manner of buttons, switches, and monitors. Through a process of trial and error, they can figure out what the ship does. This switch turns on the lights. This button turns up the temperature. And this lever flushes the toilet.
In the 1950s and 60s, something magical happened. All of these amazing disciplines that study different aspects of human behavior, like philosophy, psychology, sociology, economics, linguistics, they got together with newer fields like computer science and neuroscience, and they had a baby. The alien ship got its own science. And these secret weapons that we used to board the ship, some of them came in the form of these neuroimaging techniques like EEG and fMRI and DTI, different ways of seeing the activity of the brain in real time. And with techniques like TMS, we can even selectively turn on and off different parts of the brain to see what changes in our feelings, in our thoughts, in our actions. It was so amazing. It was called the cognitive revolution. And now you're probably wondering why you've never heard of it. Well, it's a conspiracy.
Today, researchers are analyzing the subliminal signals coming from the ship and are building a database of ways it causes humans to think and act irrationally. Slowly, this top-secret information leaks into the public, which demands to know ways to disrupt the signal to keep themselves and their loved ones safe. A media frenzy erupts, exposing the conspiracy with daily headlines.
Alien ship causing commuters to drive erratically in traffic, endangering countless lives. Alien ship dividing humanity along racial lines. Alien ship causes compassion for the death of a single individual, but indifference for the death of thousands. Alien ship responsible for bad investment decisions. Alien ship causing Democrats and Republicans to believe they are fundamentally different. All of our irrational behaviors are starting to make sense. So why aren't we talking about this? Well, I think it's because it threatens the intuition that each and every one of us has that we are 100% in control of our thoughts and actions. But the alien ship generates that illusion of control, just like it generates this illusion of motion. The good news is that when we're humble enough to admit that we're not in control of everything, and we learn about these cognitive biases and start identifying when we fall victim to them, we can regain some of that control that we were so afraid of losing. We are the dominant species on Earth. Barring some alien invasion, the only common enemy that we have left is ourselves. All of these human flaws and cognitive biases that cause us to act irrationally against our own self-interest. And once these problems are seen clearly, once they're as obvious a threat as a giant alien spaceship floating up in the sky over Manhattan, we'll be able to unite and fight the problem together. And I'm sure our president will give an amazingly heartfelt speech at the end.
Mankind, that word should have new meaning for all of us today. We can't be consumed by our petty differences anymore. We will be united in our common interest. Perhaps it's fate that today is the 4th of July, and you will once again be fighting for our freedom. Not from tyranny, oppression, or persecution, but from annihilation. We're fighting for our right to live, to exist. And should we win the day, the 4th of July will no longer be known as an American holiday, but as the day when the world declared in one voice, we will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
Gets me every time. Partner, before you go, let me know down in the comments. What mystery of the alien ship do you want me to try to probe next? I had a lot of fun. I'll see you next time on The Joy of Thinking. Bye-bye.
Precious.
ship. Alien ship. Dan says, we humans dehumanize each other over the smallest things. You think half the population losing the ability to communicate with the other half will go smoothly once non-telepaths realize the biological and evolutionary advantage? I'm guessing that, so let's think about this, Dance. So if we were telepathic, that means we would be able to share information directly with other people around us. And you know that I am an advocate of a philosophy that I call perspectivism, right? Where just like you use two eyes that are offset just by a little bit to triangulate on something, and it gives you this ability called depth perception, right? We need to sort of triangulate with other minds and other perspectives from other people to try to get a new sort of perception of the world so we can see farther into the distance. And so if you imagine half of the world's population that were in direct communications with one another, that depth perception that we had would be so pervasive and so sophisticated and so good that they would be able to, they would essentially take over, right? And they would be able to use that collective intelligence to avoid different wars, maybe bring all the non-telepaths into some kind of symbiotic relationship with themselves, right? If you had half the population, so you got 4 billion humans in telepathic correspondence, each one of those humans would be like a supercomputer, would be like super AI. And all of them would have better mental models of the things around them, of other people, of, cities, different interactions, social interactions. Like, we would all be super, super intelligent at that point because our mental models would now, they would be so well tuned to the reality around because we've got all these different perspectives that now it would be easy to solve problems, right? You wouldn't be making any more mistakes, right? You would be able to navigate the social terrain so seamlessly and easily that, you would be able to convince all of the other tribe to throw down their pitchforks and join you in this new sort of creative experiment of collective living and making the world better. How many ties do you own? Probably about a dozen. Yeah, that's presuming telepathy would be omniscient. Yeah. Maddie Holmes makes a good point. It might be the case that the people, maybe they're only telepathic with maybe people around them, right? Like some localized telepathy, where if you imagine that the brain's kind of sending out these signals around it like a cell tower, that you have to kind of be in some proximity to the other brains or nodes out there, and then you can commune with them or you can communicate with those people. And yeah, it seems like it might be a little bit hard for like, imagine if you had, so it's hard enough when you've got that one voice in your head when you're thinking about something and you're trying to listen to someone else talk, right? And these two things compete because we can only really focus on sort of one thing at a time. So imagine that you had like 4 billion other voices in your head at the same time simultaneously. How would that work? How would that work? That seems like that would be difficult to imagine. Maybe it would just be, maybe it would come to you kind of like an intuition, right? Maybe you wouldn't even be conscious of all of these signals that you're receiving. Maybe they would just kind of give you these intuitions and you would just observe yourself acting and automatically doing the right thing, right? So when I get into a flow state, it's hard to get into a flow state, but occasionally it does happen. I notice that I don't know what I'm going to say next, right? I don't plan everything out. It's like the words just start coming out of my mouth seamlessly, and they seem to be really kind of on point. And there's no planning involved. It's just my subconscious somehow. It's doing all the calculations under the hood, right? It's a black box inside of our heads, and all of those calculations are happening without your actual cognitive awareness, like your awareness of it. Telepathy might be annoying. So many voices in your head. Yeah, Orange Hugh, I was thinking the same thing, man. Thank goodness it's only hypothetical. Dennis's telepathic communication would be flawless, a stream of thoughts and memories. Who needs languages or voices? Talking to non-telepaths would be hellish. Yeah, like, dude, it's so, language is such a noisy and fraught medium by which to communicate. This is one other major insight that I've had in my life. When I was going to school at UC Berkeley, I took a class called Cognitive Linguistics and also the philosophy of language. And one of the things that I wasn't aware of beforehand was just how badly a tool language is for communicating thoughts, right? Because it doesn't encode context. We all kind of know this, but we don't really think about it. When someone's talking or you're watching a movie, right, we have this saying called you have to read between the lines. Well, what does that mean, reading between the lines? Reading between the lines means that we have some other context in our own heads or something, right, that enables us to correctly interpret sort of the intent behind the words. Because the words don't actually contain the full meaning and scope of the message, right? So we're constantly having to use our context and our memories about past situations, right? So if a friend says, hey, can you take care of my cat? I'm going to go out of town, right? Because you knew your friend and you have a memory of that friend's cat and it's a house cat, you don't get confused and you're like, wait a second, what kind of cat is this? Is this like a big cat? Is this a lion or a tiger? Because I'm not sure that I have the right, academic pedigree to take care of a full-blown lion while you're out of town, right? Your friend doesn't have to specify what kind of cat that you need to babysit because he knows that that you've seen the cat, you know the cat that he's talking about, right? And so that transmission of information happens. But the problem is that with a lot of people, you don't have a shared context. You don't have shared meaning. You have different definitions for using the same word can have many definitions. So without defining terms like early on, like you get confused about what the other person actually means when they use the word freedom or they use the word like toxic, right? There's so much that is not captured inside of the words itself. Like most of the meaning and the message, we have to create using context and interpretation. And this is why moving our public discourse, right? Moving our political discourse onto social media, which is basically, on Twitter, there's a character limit where you can only say so much, and onto media that kind of promotes really short form content. This is why we have so much political division right now, is because the medium forces us to try to say more with less, and in only sending these really small bits of messages without a shared context to total strangers everywhere all of the time, everybody's confused. Everyone thinks that their interpretation of those words is accurate, and people are just like, yeah, I know exactly what that person says and fuck them, instead of being like, I wonder if they meant what I think they meant. Maybe if I had more context, I could understand this better. And so, maybe I won't respond with this emotional aggression and anger. Are we talking about English or language in general? What's up, Psych for Games? No, language in general, man. Yeah, this is universal. Every single language suffers from this. So there is no way, right? Like we think that even when we're being literal, like let's take an example. This is an example that the philosopher John Searle, I was in his class, Philosophy of Language, and he talked about how language is necessarily ambiguous. All language, necessarily ambiguous. And it might include mathematical language, although I'm less certain about that. But let's just take one simple example, right? The cat is on the mat. Seems pretty straightforward, right? The cat is on the mat. But you could construct a number of different scenarios, hypotheticals, where that sentence is true. So the standard idea the image that comes into your mind is like a rug or a mat on the ground and a house cat sitting on the rug. So what does it mean to be on the mat? Well, you're interpreting that sentence and you're like, well, okay, the most common way that a cat can be on the mat is, well, a mat's usually on the floor and it's flat, and the cat's usually kind of sitting on the mat and it's licking itself. But what if the mat's rolled up? What if it's like a yoga mat, right? And the cat is sitting on the rolled up yoga mat, right? Well, in that scenario, the sentence is technically true, right? Now, what if, imagine that the cat is like an astronaut cat, and it's out in space, and there's no gravity, or it's in 0G or low orbit, right, in a spaceship, and there's a mat floating, and the cat's floating, and the cat's under the mat, but it's still kind of like its feet are touching the mat, like it's sitting on the mat. Well, okay, well, since everything's relative out in space and there's no gravity, right, you could technically say, well, the cat's still on the mat, or it's connected to the mat. So there's any number of ways that you could break out even the most literal seeming sentences and see that in multiple situations that sentence is true. That means if that sentence is true for a number, an infinitely number many of situations, then it's necessarily ambiguous. And you could do this exercise with basically any phrase, right? You could pull it apart, construct multiple worlds where that sentence you would consider it true, and realize how ambiguous it is. I thought you said it could be a lion. Could be, right? A cat. A lion is a type of cat. My language suffers by not having enough peanut butter. What's up, eyeballs? The peanut bomber is here. What's up, peanut bomber? Alien ship. All right. So did I convince you? The alien threat to humanity that is talked about in multiple theorized, like there's a lot of people I've heard out there that say, we need aliens so that humanity can unite. We need some common threat so that we can all unite. Many people have said this, right? And there's a bunch of movies where this is kind of this is the case, like Independence Day. And I think that the threat, right, is ignorance of ourselves. That's the common threat. And all of us, it's common to all of us because it's universal. All of us suffer from these biases. And so we need to like come together and be like, okay, how are we going to survive given that our narrow intellects cause us to act in our own in destructive ways, not in our best interests all the time. If we all had that insight and we're like, okay, that's what we need to fight, could we unite given this common understanding? Seems tough, right? Because again, it's invisible. And all of us think that we're immune to cognitive biases. That's the problem, is that we all think we're immune. We all accept that the ways that we behave are aligned with our best interests most of the time, and we don't question them. The alien threat is more likely to come from humanity choosing and committing to evolutionary paths with the help of tech than it is to come from the stars. So Dance is saying that given that we haven't seen any aliens yet, or we have flimsy evidence that there are aliens now, and it might be unlikely, given the Fermi paradox, that we see an alien threat that comes at just the right time to, galvanize humanity and get us to unite to fight a common enemy. So you're saying that technology, even unlikely as it is, self-knowledge and using technology, maybe like communications technology, maybe a new form of social media that is not weaponized against us. Because that's what I think. I think we need to build a brain. We need to take all of our understanding, and we need to build a network, a social media network that is publicly owned, that we all believe in, that we all want to build in, that gives us a sense of identity, shared identity, and a way to make meaning, right? A way to optimize for sort of truth, a way for perspective sharing, so that we can all actually become more educated, smarter, more intelligent, and we have a way of advocating for things that we all want to see happen, right? A large community where if there's something bad happening, there's some kind of pollution going on that we want to stop, we automatically send it into the network, and we have different ways of getting a lot of hands on deck and a lot of votes for taking action to make sure that type of pollution is ended. Psych for Game says, did I miss something? Let me go back over here. It is my point being a fundamental change to humanity would result in humanity tearing itself apart. Thinking about it before mind-machine interface implants, transhumanism through gene editing, or merging with tech. My point being, a fundamental change to humanity would result in humanity tearing itself apart. So, okay, we could talk about techno-optimism. Because Dance, I'm not sure exactly what you're saying here, but if you're saying that trying to somehow hack the human brain and add something to it that was not sort of driven through an evolutionary process would probably have all of these side effects that we're not really aware of, right? And we create more problems than the problems that we were trying to solve by modifying the thing in the first place, right? And that would add just more complexity to the system, and there would be all these psychological problems, and humanity would just fall apart. That's an interesting theory. So you're not a techno-optimist. Is that what you're saying? I'm not really a techno-optimist either. I think, well, I am a techno-optimist in the sense, if you think about culture and ideas as technology, then I might consider myself a techno-optimist, because I think that we can use language, culture, communications, and education systems. We can design systems, environments, and that in combination with education and sort of idea technology, we can make the world a better place. So, but most people just think about technology in terms of the things that we build. So Psych for Game says that language can't exist without consciousness, and consciousness can exist without language. Yeah, totally true. The Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. The Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, wasn't that different? I thought the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis was that the kinds of language, the kinds of words, and the kinds of language that we have shapes how we think about the world. Isn't that the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis? And in one sense, this is definitely true, right? Like, think about it. If you don't have, maybe you have a word for snake, but you don't have a word for, so there's lots of different kinds of snakes. Let's imagine that we grow up in a place where there's only one kind of snake, and that snake is poisonous. And so naturally, humans have this fear of snakes. If you only have one word for snake, and you don't have a word for like non-poisonous or poisonous snake, like maybe let's say viper and what's a type of non-poisonous snake that's common? Let's just say a viper and a snake. Okay, these are two words. So imagine a culture that doesn't have a word for snake, they only have a word for viper. If they see anything that kind of resembles a big snake, they're going to assume that it's poisonous. So if they go out into a different environment and there's a non-poisonous snake there, they're going to assume it's poisonous. And so it's going to affect their behavior because they're going to run away, right? And maybe they're not going to go and be able to forage for mushrooms or berries over in that area because they think that this harmless snake is going to, kill them. So in that sense, if you have more words, if you have a finer set of concepts and tools that you can use to model the world around you, that's going to affect your behavior and the way that you think. There's a soft version and a hard. There's a soft and a hard version of the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. Maybe you can tell me more about that. Psych for games. Tell me more about the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. And am I remembering that correctly, by the way? Dan says, if you think vaccine discourse is bad, imagine if gene editing can drastically allow to personalize your kids. Is it ethical to increase intelligence even if kids are more likely to be depressed or have mental illnesses, for example? Is there a correlation between higher intelligence and other psychiatric illnesses? I think maybe that might be true as you go way far off on one side of the spectrum. Like there's plenty of like anecdotal evidence that really, really smart people like, John Nash or like Mandelbrot or what's the guy that did statistical mechanics? There's a couple of guys that did statistical mechanics that eventually killed themselves. And so I don't know, maybe there's a correlation there. But is it ethical to personalize your kids? Is it ethical? I mean, I kind of try to operate by the precautionary principle, where if you don't really know what you're doing, and this is kind of an experimental gene editing thing, and there hasn't been a lot of testing done, then I wouldn't personally choose to do that. I think gene editing for editing out things that we know are just single gene causes, because most things have multiple genes related to them, right? There's no single gene for depression or for schizophrenia or for height or any of, like, even for simple things like height. There's no single gene. There's a population of genes, and we can't really identify all of them. There are certain things that we have identified as single gene causes, stuff like sickle cell, or I think even like Parkinson's might be one where there's like a single gene variant that if you can modify that variant, you can prevent a genetic disorder or disease. So I think that's a better application, right? But those applications are very few and far between. So I think it would be premature to say that we're getting really close to a place in time where humans can really, in a fine-tuned way, go in and start making modifications that we know are going to be beneficial to us. I think that's pretty far off still. But I don't really study that stuff, so if you guys know more, tell me about it. Humans always change. It's only when the amount of change, x speed of communicating, it exceeds a threshold that it creates too much cultural friction. For example, if being gay is biological, is it ethical to have the embryo edited to make them straight? So again, Dan said, I'm guessing that if being gay is probably a population of genes plus the right environmental effects as well, right? Like there might be some in vitro effects of the environment getting certain nutrients at a certain specific time. And that seems like that would be way too hard to try to engineer and prevent something like that. But that's just a guess. But is it ethical to have it edited and make them straight? I guess this is kind of a... I mean, I don't know. It depends on where you are, right? Like if you're living in a culture where it's not really... There's no real social baggage or handicap to being gay, then you probably wouldn't elect to do that procedure. But let's say that you were in a culture, no fault of your own, maybe you didn't accept the overall cultural view, but maybe you got unlucky and you got into a culture where, you know, those kind of individuals were going to struggle in life. I don't know. Maybe it would be, maybe there's an argument that it would be more ethical to bring a person into the world that was of a, you know, acceptable format, for lack of better terms. I don't know if it's ethical, man. I don't know. I have a problem making hard ethical judgments because I don't think that's really beneficial in the long run. Just pointing my finger and judging people for the things that they do. Then you are on board with tweaking a little DNA for more stable hormones, less complicated teenage years before the kid is even born. German versus Spanish. Spanish is the best language to look at. Orange Hue says, objectively, I can see humans are on a technology trajectory where that viewpoint will probably become a reasonably ethical stance. Transhumanism should be a choice, not imposed upon the unknowing and unwilling. So you're saying, yeah, I don't know, man. That's kind of tough, right? Like it's too hard to make ethical judgments on these hypotheticals because there's way too many factors for us to keep in mind simultaneously. So you would have to construct a very specific scenario, and then you would have to think hard about that particular instantiation or that particular scenario. Because, you know, with hypotheticals, there's no way in which our imagination of a scenario is going to map onto any realistic scenario, right? Because our brains are there's too few variables that we can keep in mind at one time. And this probably goes to the fact that, you know, like our short-term memories can really only store about 4 pieces of data, right? Like we can only really store 4 things in our short-term memories. And if you think about how many variables you would need to process and think about to make an ethical judgment about a real-world scenario, there's, you know, hundreds if not thousands. And, you know, even in a real world scenario, we're blind to a lot of those factors. So you try to, you know, you try to imagine these scenarios, and it's even worse because clearly our imaginations are a small, tiny subset of the information that's going to be available in a real world. Psych for Game says basically our language does impact our cognition. English is just a bad language because it stems from so many other roots. Agency blame example. English tends to emphasize the doer agency. Spanish allows agency to be softened or removed. Oh, I see. Yeah. That's an interesting example, Psyched. Yeah, I agree. There's ways in which you can reframe language. I mean, you can still use English and change the way that you're speaking. So, for instance, one way that you can get around the problem of like assigning blame or people interpreting it as assigning blame is to stop using the word you. You made me feel this way, right? So instead of saying you made me feel this way, you could say I feel this way when you do X. I feel this way when I see X happen. And to be a really good communicator, this is a really good strategy, right? Is stop using the term you did this. Stop using that phraseology. Instead, focus on your own effects, like your own reactions, your own perceptions. And also use we. I also try to use we a lot, rather than, especially when I'm talking about things like cognitive biases, because oftentimes that comes across very accusationally. And so I try to implicate myself. Whenever I talk about confirmation bias, I'm like, yeah, we as humans, because we share, this brain structure that we've all inherited from our evolutionary history, we tend to do this in these situations. We tend to do this in these situations. And not saying that I'm above that, because, yeah, we have these defensive reactions, right? Whenever people accuse us of something, our left brain interpreter is like, just goes off, because in that moment, we're like, wait a second, I'm not conscious that I did anything wrong. Why are you accusing me of something? I'm not even aware. I don't have any feeling that I've done something wrong. So now you're suddenly telling me that I've done something wrong, and that's a bad feeling. And when we have that feeling, our left brain interpreter snaps into action, and it comes up with a justification for our behavior, right? And we completely shut down. We don't put ourselves in that other person's perspective and actually ask if they're saying something relevant, right? We just immediately become defensive and shut it down. So if you don't want other people to get defensive when you're trying to give them feedback about something, you have to know how this happens. So you have to have a good model for why people become defensive at the outset. And a lot of that is baked into the language that we are just so used to using. We're just programmed to use language in a certain way. Like, I know I still do this all the time. And now I've learned how to stop myself from doing this, right? Like, so one example of this is I do the dishes. So my mother and I live together. We moved together so that we could share resources. And so we take turns doing the dishes. And when it's my turn to do the dishes, sometimes I'll be like doing all the dishes, and then I'll be completely done. And then suddenly my mom or my wife will walk in and they'll bring me another dirty dish. And I'll feel really like upset in that moment, right? I'm like, God, I thought I was done with this. And now you brought me another dish to do. And so I'll notice the feeling, like the immediate feeling to blame them for bringing another dirty dish into my life, right? It's like, it's your fault that that I have to do more work. And I thought I was done, and it's your fault. But that's an example of like shooting the messenger, right? They actually, if you think about it, like they're helping me because I didn't have to spend all that energy to go get that dirty dish, bring it back to the kitchen. They're actually doing me a favor. But in that moment, right, you feel this urge to blame them for that negative feeling that you're having in that moment. And this happens in so many different subtle ways. Let me know if you guys have had something like this happen or if you noticed yourselves doing it. Have you heard of the Luddites? Humans struggle to avoid technology advancements. Our choice to invent cars or transporting ourselves is philosophically no different to a future choice of editing ourselves. There's an abyss between adopting technology and integrating. I'm pretty much superhuman by antiquity standards due to my diet and the stuff I'm vaccinated against. At the joy of thinking it's not even a cultural issue, you want grandkids and your bloodline to continue? I remember Gattaca. I've seen it. Once the robots arrive, maybe we'll pause and think, maybe this is enough. Once the robots arrive. Maddie Holmes says, height is very determined by environment and food access. Orange Hue says, and gravity. We might be taller if we were all living on the moon. Maddie Holmes says, we also have to be incredibly careful about not falling into different types of eugenics and similar constructs. If the robots arrive, I feel like we will accelerate. I need super strength in case I need to dismember the toaster. Orange Hue says, one utopian vision is labor-free. Human society will have time to pursue arts and education, unfettered by the chains of survival. Spell Cross, hi. How you doing? Spoken language needs so many nonverbal communications to properly show our meaning. So many. And we have some sayings like, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. That's a really important little pearl of wisdom, right? It's not what you say, it's how you say it. Because if you say something in the wrong way, then it doesn't matter what you say, people are not going to listen to it. So the content of the communication, it'll just go in one ear or out the other over the person's head if it's said in the wrong way, right? So, yeah. We use all these subconscious cues based on a person's posture, whether or not they look like us, whether or not they're mirroring us enough, right? Do we get a sense that we like this person? Do we get a sense that the confidence with which they're speaking a particular phrase? There's so many contextual cues that are required. So Orange Hue says, so you're talking about the utopian vision of human society that has evolved and has become more peaceful, mentally satisfied with less violent beliefs. I share that vision. Machines could do the thinking for us much faster, much better, no sense of accomplishment and discoveries. Spellcross, no, I'm here. Some people think that I'm a bot. I don't know, man, I could be. I feel like I'm flesh and blood, but maybe I'm just a simulation in a video game. It's hard to tell, This goes to free will. right, stretch it out, ladies and gents. Stretch it out. That's right, we're getting lost in thought. Welcome to the channel, Spellcross. Do I have any life tips for a lucid absurdist? Help me out here. I don't know what that is, man. That's the first time I've heard that. A lucid absurdist. Lucid absurdist, I guess you're... Okay, so absurdism, right, is the idea that, you know, like, life doesn't have any meaning except for the ones that you build yourself. Like, there's no inherent meaning in it. And lucid is just that you see that clearly, and you're assuming that that is the right sort of philosophical lens by which to understand what our place is in the world. Life tips. I don't know. How does that... How do you feel about... How does that thought... How do those beliefs... So first of all, clarify your beliefs so I know what you're talking about, because I'm not really... I don't read a lot... I don't read a lot of like other people's philosophy in this regard. I'm just here kind of making my own up as I go along. Because most of the stream I just make a fool of myself. That's basically what I do. And I butcher language all the time. So clarify what your beliefs are, and then tell me, do you think that that affects your life, and how does it affect it? What is that thought? How does that thought affect all your behaviors and actions and your beliefs about your prospects for the future? Because I'm not sure what tips I could give you if I don't know those things. I missed my hydrate? Oh, sorry about that. Low-key, I looked like Garth from Wayne's World when the YMCA thing went up. Someone told me that before. Someone's told me that before. You're not the first one to point that out. Psyched. Do I have any... Spellcross, do you have any life tips for Twitch chatters? Life tips. Who's got some life tips? Techno-optimism. The stream's about optimism, right? Now, I have to admit that I feel like I'm kind of in a superpositional state in most of my life, and I haven't decided yet whether or not I should be optimistic or pessimistic. I feel like I'm both simultaneously, and that's really the only way that you can deal with the complexity and the chaos around us in our current life, right? Because there's just so little that we really have control of. If you try to enumerate all the things that you can control in your life, and then weigh that against all the things that you can't control, right? It feels kind of bad. It feels kind of bad, right? But at the same time, you kind of have to look at life in general and just be kind of awed by it. Just kind of be floored by it. And all the cool shit that people can do, all the cool stuff that people can build, all the crazy forms, natural or man-made, that exist, right? There's like magic and excitement and wonder in the chaos and the journey. And these two things must coexist, right? Like, you couldn't have a world that was fundamentally creative without chaos. And it probably wouldn't, there would probably be no love or joy or happiness without the opposite feelings as well. So we're kind of locked into this paradox where what we say that we want is to feel happiness. We want security. We want happiness, right? We want knowledge. We want certainty. But if that was all there was, life would be totally boring, and there really wouldn't be a point to it, right? Because let's think about it. If we are always safe, there was never any uncertainty in the world. You'd do the same things over and over again. You'd have the same routine. There would be no surprises. There would be nothing to look forward to. Life would be stupid. Life would be pointless. So it's like we kind of have to give thanks that we live in a world where creativity is possible, because otherwise there wouldn't be, I don't know, it wouldn't be exciting. Life tip. Let me go back. Life Spellcross says, I have reached deep levels of introspection which have made me strip away all sense of self and ego. This clarity has made me hyper aware of everything through my eyes. Consciousness is a scam. Nothing is truly conscious. Our self is but a console log of a process already made for us. There is no me behind the wheel. There never was. I've had similar experiences. I don't know if what you're calling consciousness, I mean, here again, the trick is you're talking about something very deep and metaphysical, right? And when you say consciousness is a scam, what you probably mean is some people's idea or belief about it, or sense of, I don't know, ownership, or sense of freedom. Like, what are you considering a scam? The idea of free will? Are you kind of in that point of clarity? Did you come? Whoa, what's up? The brain domain's back. Damn, welcome in. Welcome in, brain domain. Hopefully you had a insane time talking about cool things like the brain and minds. We're talking about all kinds of crazy stuff today. We're talking about, well, the stream is called Optimism. So you guys, if you want, you can tell me things that you're optimistic about. We're also kind of in a strange place. We've been talking about problematic aspects with language and just how difficult it is to communicate well about topics. And Spellcross had a very insightful moment where he reached a deep state of introspection, and he felt like our self, the ego, he said, is a console log of a process already made for us. Which I get the sense that he came away with this feeling that the idea that we are these individuals with agents making these conscious choices, and that we're responsible for all of those things, might be, maybe that's up for grabs. Maybe there's not something right about that. Maybe our intuition is leading us astray. Maybe we do live in a block universe. And even though from our subjective feelings, the world seems chaotic, there is a kind of choreographed dance to it. I don't know, Spellcross. Am I doing that justice? I'm not sure how you're feeling right now, so let me know. You said it is numbing, but there was never another option for me, and there's no way back. Thanks for the follows, everyone. If you want to talk, you can join my Discord. I'm actually not in the stream room. Maybe I should get in there. So if anyone wants to speak up, talk to me live, let me know. I'll be in the voice channel called Stream Room in Discord. What's up, Bravo? Does it feel better not being conscious while other people feel like they are? So, Spellcross, what did you do? Did you just kind of sit down and do some meditation techniques, or did you do psychedelics? How did you reach this state? Orange Hue's got to go. Had second breakfast. Leftover pizza in the fridge. Thanks for the raids, Brain Domain. I'm trying to catch up with chat, so hang in there, and I'll eventually get to your, all your lovely comments. The idea that I, you, or anyone else who simulates a sense of I or me is inherently false, in the sense that we are not the ones making the decisions. Our behavior, what we like or dislike, the way we think or process any of that information is not ours to control. Yeah, so kind of a Sam Harris take on free will. Yeah, there's the strange loop idea that I think you can come away with a compatibilist view on free will. But most people's view of free will, like a naive view of free will, is most certainly not true. But I think maybe if we just talk about agency and avoid that kind of term altogether, I think that term is just philosophically too fraught at this point. So I don't really, it's like, is there free will, is there not free will? I think maybe that's like a false dichotomy. Maybe our language is just not sophisticated enough to sort of capture the real process that's going on there, right? That's why you learn more languages. Leftward ho, it's a good point. You got more languages, you got more tools in your tool belt. And, some languages have some great phrases that others just are lacking entirely. The Brain Domain says, I'm a radical optimist. Since society puts so much pressure on us to be pessimistic or nihilistic, I choose to be optimistic as a form of protest. That's a great way to put it, Brain Domain. I like that. So my position on optimism is that I didn't really choose to be an optimist or pessimist, and I kind of go back and forth between the two. But now I feel like after swinging back and forth between optimism and pessimism, like at that process, think of it like a teeter-totter, right? And at first there was like these large swings back and forth, but eventually as the system is kind of stabilized, now I've just kind of oscillate really quickly back and forth like this. Like I try not to, if I see myself falling on one side or the other, I try to self-correct. And so now I'm basically, I feel like I'm in a superposition where I'm neither because I'm both simultaneously. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's the best way that I can use language to describe something that's just totally ephemeral, metaphysical. And am I really, truly even capable of describing my own mental state adequately using this really kind of blunt instrument called language? We were talking about telepathy. Wouldn't it be great if we could all share thoughts like a hive mind? And then that would all just be like we wouldn't have to hear each other's thoughts like a monologue in our head, right? Like it would just go in subconsciously and we would just benefit from all the shared knowledge, right? Without having to actually do all the hard mental work of processing it and interpreting it. Because what would be the point of telepathy if it was just like, okay, well, I hear your voice, but now I'm still not getting all the context, right? You would want a full, I don't know, you would want to be able to feel like you had the embedded emotional knowledge just instantaneously at your fingertips. Vinci, you can make decisions to some degree, but it's conditioned by circumstances, context, nurture, social expectations, etc., I think, yeah. Spellcross says, it doesn't matter who or what is accountable, being aware of not being aware. Paradoxical as it may sound right now, does not mean my configuration will change overnight. Oh, nothing matters, better do immoral things. Yeah, that's the problem that people have with the idea of giving up a sense of free will is that means that you can just do anything. But you actually, I mean, you talk to people that have a more sort of nuanced view of free will, and they don't put human agency as sort of the be-all, end-all, as the unmoved mover, right? They don't put that as the first unmoved mover in a chain, a very complex chain of all these parallel processes that are going. You don't become immoral because of it. Some people, it's been claimed that there's been studies where there was one study where they told people about some evidence that proved that free will was an illusion, and then they measured what they wanted to see was how many are they going to cheat on a test or do something like that's kind of morally ambiguous. And in one research study, they showed that people that didn't believe in free will were slightly more likely to cheat on a test or steal like a pencil or like do something like that. But I don't know. Studies are so hard. Like you have to have a lot of data, a lot of studies before you come to any conclusions. Braindeman says, ego dissolution is a hell of a drug. It feels great, man. Ego dissolution is kind of a hell of a drug. I mean, I recommend everybody at least try it once. Yeah, how many of you in chat have had this experience, ego dissolution, where you feel one with the universe? There is no longer a you. There's no longer a separation between your reality and everything that you sense and feel. I had a really powerful heroic dose of mushrooms one time, and I reached this state of ego dissolution, and it was so cool. I just felt this sense of the universe having this cosmic sort of heartbeat. It was almost like, like an embryo, right? It was like I was thinking at this cosmic scale, and I felt, or I perceived, this sort of embryonic form taking shape in the cosmos, like with galaxies and stars and stuff. It was a pretty badass feeling, right? And I think these feelings, I don't know, I'm not completely sold on whether or not this is access to metaphysical information that is real, or whether or not it's just an interesting hallucination that I get from a particular chemical response in my brain. Haven't made up my mind. I don't think there's enough evidence for me to say whether or not this is true metaphysically. But I do think that just having that experience makes me more humble, and it makes me feel more connected, whether or not it is true that there's some, at a cosmic scale, that there's a new sort of unified biology that's still in this embryonic development and it's forming. It would be cool, all right? Sorry I'm so behind in chat. I'll try to catch up. Leftward Host says, being conscious while so many others are conscious of what is happening in the world is Clockwork Orange level torture. I feel that, man. I feel that. Clockwork Orange is a great film. That's a good one. Good poll. It matters when you harm yourself or others. It matters when you get abandoned, ostracized, or punched for something you consider not to be accountable for. Vinci says a lot of folks did that and it went poorly for them. I'd be careful of using AI this way. Being conscious of its limits is vital here. I missed what you're responding to, but yeah, AI is just a tool and yeah, AI is not... People on this stream have chastised me for leaning on AI too much and asking it leading questions, because it is so flattering, right? It's so agreeable. And when someone tells you that you're a genius, like, that really feels good, right? Like, I talk to AI and I give it my theory of everything and it says, man, that is genius. Man, it just feels so good. Must be true, right? It's AI. It knows. And if it thinks I'm a genius, then how cool is that? How special am I? Spellcross says people are accountable because they are physical and their actions manifest physically on themselves or others. It is not related to knowledge of what I am bringing up. Danny Time says, you like the cardigan vibe? Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Radical skepticism is where Tolstoy arrives at. Yeah, you kind of have to be... I don't really have opinions anymore. I just have ideas. I've kind of tried to shed myself of most opinions. People ask my opinions, and I'll give them, but I don't claim that they're true anymore. I just try to communicate my experiences, and I think that's the best we can do. Tolerance through apathy. That's an interesting idea, Spellcross. You see, tolerance through apathy. Is apathy the right term? I don't know, but let's talk about... Because apathy usually has kind of a negative connotation, right? Like, you just, I just don't care that much. Is that tolerance? If you're just apathetic, is that tolerance? I think maybe tolerance has to have... I think that maybe tolerance might imply that you're not apathetic, right? Because if you don't care, then you're not really tolerating something. You're only tolerating something if you have some sort of negative reaction to it and you want to control it and stop it, right? Like, if someone's annoying you, they're just ranting on stream and they're talking about there's no free will, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna tolerate this for a while because maybe he'll change the topic and say something interesting. You're not apathetic. You're like, no, I am enduring this. I am enduring this rant that I care nothing about. I don't know. Just an idea. Apathy can mean not engaging too, but you mean not preferring things, I think. This is tricky, I imagine, but interesting. Vinci, that was, yeah, kind of, I think we're kind of thinking in similar ways. Interesting. Spellcross, if we define mine as the brain right now rewarding itself from exchanging messages with you here on this stream, if that mine is what you refer to, then okay, yes. You felt, Leftward Host says, I felt this way in my cosmology classes while not high at all. Good for you, man. Spellcross says, I reached lucidity without substances or meditation. It was just cold raw. What was the circumstances? AIs are groomed to make the user keep using it. Yeah, it's a product. Apathy is one step from indifferent. That's bad. Tolerance implies a level of acknowledge that incompatible with indifference. Maybe it gets lost in translation or wording of it, but I mean that I live and let live because I understand how people think or behave more than before, or at least as a human template, so I allow them to be themselves unless they are evil hostile. I'm very respectful and polite in my day-to-day. I think that's a good way to see it, man. We're all in different stages of development. All of us. All in different stages of development. And we're all in different contextual situations, different frames of mind. We all have different fears sometimes that might be the motivating force. We're all very complex beings. I see ourselves, or I like to think about ourselves as, having a number of different personas. And each one of these personas is kind of context dependent. Because I don't know about any of you, but if you put me in a room with a bunch of people playing poker, or if you put me in a karaoke bar, or if you put me in a school classroom, or if you put me out in a garden, my behaviors will radically change. The things that I focus on will radically change. I will interact, and maybe this is just because of my personality, so maybe I've spent a long time developing lots of different personas because I'm a novelty seeker, so I go out into lots of different types of environments and try to expose myself to lots of different people. And maybe I just, in engaging in life in that way over and over again, I've developed many different aspects or personas where I take on those forms and those mental frames such that I can minimize sort of friction within those environments. But each of us does that to some extent because all of us have very complicated lives, and we each have our own journey. And we're not the same person from place to place or moment to moment. And so it's really hard for me, coming with that knowledge, it's hard for me to be super judgmental about other people, even if they're acting in a way that I don't necessarily agree with. I try to accept that we're just in different states of minds. This all comes down to mental models, right? So we have theory of mind. Young babies don't have theory of mind, right? They don't know that other people have different knowledge than they do. So the theory of mind comes online eventually. And a baby can, at some point, know that you could hide a jelly bean in a jar, and another person that didn't see that jelly bean getting hidden would be able to be tricked, right? So we have, to varying degrees, we have theories of mind for all the people around us. But we kind of have this very generalized form or a theory of mind about what people are likely to do. And because humans are so vastly diverse, we're always constantly surprised by the things that people do around us, right? Because it's impossible to have a perfect mental model of someone else's experience. But I feel like with the more people that I interact with, the less surprised I become about their behavior. I might still be surprised about someone's behavior, but it won't take very long before I'll be like, okay, shift models. They must have had some traumatic experience, right? Because they're being really defensive and they're being really close-minded about this particular topic. So I'll move to like, okay, there must be some kind of trauma model. I don't know what kind of trauma, but at least if I move to a trauma model, I can now understand why that person's acting the way they do. And in accepting it, in understanding it, you're less likely to get angry at them and point your finger and blame them. And that anger is not a good state for us, right? It's not a healthy state. You can get angry at someone, but really it just makes your blood pressure goes up, right? You ruminate on possible ways that you might get back at them to punish them for doing that thing. And usually, if you do go through with any of those punishing behaviors, if you do it directly, right, they're just going to double down, and then they're going to try to punish you, and so that's not a good situation. And even if you just think about it, right, now your focus is, you've become distracted on something that's really not going to help you out in the long run. So it is good because the more people that we are around, the more sort of mental models that we can build, or possible mental models. And then those are like tools of understanding whenever we meet new people. Sorry, rant over. Vincy says your elephant teapot is very cute. Thanks for reminding me I need more tea. I also need to do a quick bathroom break. So let me finish chat here. Hopefully I didn't lose any of you in the rant. Leftward Host says, I didn't feel like my brain was fully cooked, positive, until I was like 30. I don't know. Dude, I still feel like my brain is... You know, what I learned in my cognitive science classes is that your brain development, it usually kind of peaks around the mid-20s, right? And most of that's just the prefrontal cortex, which is the last to kind of form. And around the mid-20s, that's kind of when all of the systems come online. But you're never really done learning, right? We know that you still you can form new memories throughout your life. And that's because in your hippocampus, there's neurogenesis. So there's new cells that are born in your hippocampus that allow the formation of, or help the long-term coding of memories. So you need that, at least in your hippocampus. But you don't need new cells to learn new information, right? All you have to do is modify the connections between the brain cells that you already have. And you can do that at any point in your life. It's just the older you get, the more you kind of get stuck in a certain framework. You get stuck in with these assumptions about who you are, what you should be doing. You get comfortable with a certain set of skills and you use that to, make a living. And you seek the same kind of rewards over and over again. So every time you repeat a behavior, you kind of strengthen connections in your model. And at some point, those connections become so strong that they become like well-worn channels, like the Grand Canyon, right? So it becomes hard to get that energy to branch out and channel down different directions. But it's not hopeless, right? Because if you just put yourself in novel situations and you're forced to confront new challenges, then those new paths and new channels will automatically open up as you confront them. I'm also an advocate of psilocybin. I use it as a therapy to try to help me learn stuff like playing Street Fighter, juggling, and freestyle rapping. And I find that with a small dose of psilocybin, you actually gain degrees of freedom, right? Your brain, actually what psilocybin does is it increases the baseline for your brain. So the way that neurons fire, there's this action potential, right? And an action potential happens when there's a different ion gradients across membranes. you have to reach a certain threshold for firing. And what psilocybin does is it raises the baseline of all across all your networks. Well, especially in the default mode network. Maybe not your entire brain, but it raises the baseline, so there's less energy needed to reach firing action potential. Now, what this does is usually your well-worn paths, right? Usually those will reach the critical threshold for firing faster than the other cells, than the loose connections. But if you raise the entire baseline, now the ones that did not fire when they got some amount of activation, now they have a chance to fire because the entire thing has been raised. Sorry, I haven't tried to describe this on stream before, so that's why I have it's very clunky. I need a diagram is what I need. But anyways, a good way to change your behaviors to continue to learn is to put yourselves in novel situations and or take psychedelics if you are into that kind of thing. And no judgments either way. I like it, and I find it's helpful. It gives me degrees of freedom, and it has been, I've seen pretty positive gains in my juggling game, my freestyle rapping game, and my Street Fighter game from doing this. But you probably don't need it if you're still young, right? Like, I wouldn't suggest it for people that are still teenagers or in their 20s even, because your brain is still pretty flexible in that state. All right, what are you guys talking about? Diagnosing people to reframe their behaviors is a horrible idea. There's a reason why when someone shows you who they are, believe them. Everyone in jail has some kind of mental illness. Everyone in prison has some kind of mental illness. Everyone caught doing something morally abhorrent has a mental illness. Sometimes people are shitty and horrible. No amount of diagnosis will mend the damage in their wake. I'm not here to judge anybody without knowing who they are, having any experience with them. Leftward Host says there are people in jail just because cops are racist pigs. What are you talking about? Greed is not a mental illness, Spellcross says. Leftward Host says yes, it is. Yeah, no, I would agree with... I don't think... Greed is not a mental illness. That is an activity. That's a behavior. And... it's also, I think, if you want to, okay, here's the way that, if you want to say that it's a mental illness, to take that perspective, you could say that greed is a form of addiction, of addictive behavior, right? So someone that, so let's think about a stereotypical, really greedy example of a person, right? Someone that maybe they're in a Fortune 500 company and they're using AI and they're firing half of their staff, right? Because that'll help their bottom line. And this person, maybe it's the CEO, we look at them and we're like, well, you're just greedy because all of those people that you laid off have just lost their livelihoods, and it's only so that you could retain, you know, like your CEO bonuses this year, so that you could get, you know, extra $500,000 or whatever you're making. I think that these people who we would consider greedy are just addicted. They're just addicted. Right? And addiction is really just overlearning in the brain. And so there's kind of a gradient, and there's no real spot where you can say that. And addiction really, like, we're all addicted to certain things. We're addicted to certain behaviors. To diagnose a problematic addiction, it's really a behavior that is harmful to your health, right? So in that sense, I think that we're all kind of, in a way, you could diagnose all of us as having mental illnesses because many of us want to change, right? Like, I want to go out and run more, exercise more, but I can't seem to, right? Because, you know, I'm addicted to getting up in a certain way, certain activities, right? And that other different activity of going out and working out, it just doesn't happen because I've overlearned this current, what would you call it, routine, right? So I've overlearned a current routine. So yeah, greed could be considered, I think, a mental illness if you see addiction as a mental illness, but I think it's more profitable and it's better to talk about it as just seeing addiction as really overlearning, right? And we've overlearned all these behaviors, and then in that way it doesn't seem like so judgmental. Because do you really want to diagnose people as having a mental illness just because they can't stop playing Candy Crush, or because I can't stop playing StarCraft, or because I can't stop, you know, getting up in the morning and drinking coffee and failing to exercise? I don't know, man. Selfish greed is antithetical to cooperation for species-wide advancement. I agree. Not everyone has the same reward system for cooperation. Species-wide advancement sounds like human supremacist propaganda. I don't think that was the intent. Whether something is a mental illness isn't up to you, it's a medical diagnosis. Excessive greed is a mental illness. A little bit is expected and can be healthy. Yeah, I just don't like... I think we don't even need that term mental illness. Because in a sense, we all benefit as a community from having diverse viewpoints and perspectives on things. Mental illness, I think, should be reserved for the very extreme cases, right? For things like schizophrenia, and people that have clear signs of damage. But that's not my field, so I'm not gonna try to defend that argument. I just feel like when we're in discussion and we're trying to make sense of people around us, that mental illness should be a label that we rarely reach for. Professionals in the field of medicine make up diagnoses, and legislators make up laws. Whether something is legal or illegal isn't a matter of personal opinion either. These are constructs. Yeah, I mean, in a sense, all of our, everything that we do, all labels, all categories are constructs. And these categories don't have hard boundaries. So, yeah, that's one of the tricky things about the human situation, is that on one hand, we are forced to make up constructs that are generalizations, stereotypes, because it's the only way that our limited minds can manage complexity of the world. On the other hand, often we use these constructs as templates and we project them onto real things in the world that are much more complex. And then we get into fights about what constructs to use. Like, we might, all of us in chat, we might see a person, and that person maybe is out in the middle of the road, and they just they unzip their pants and just start peeing in the street. Now, one person might have the mental construct of, you know, like drunkard. And they'll be like, I'm using this mental construct and I'm applying that to that person, drunkard. And they might just chuckle. They're like, oh, look at that guy, he's shit-faced and just really had to empty his bladder and couldn't hold it in any longer and didn't care who saw him, right? Because he's just out. Another person might have worked in a hospital and been like, yeah, this is a symptom of a particular diagnosis that I'm familiar with. And they might apply that construct to that person. And a bunch of other people that don't have any experiences with these kind of people will just see it as delinquent behavior, right? Maybe delinquent would be a construct that another person could project onto it. All of these constructs are attempts to infer to determine why that person is engaging in that behavior. But the real reason will always be unknowable, because each one of us has a universe of complexity inside of our brains. And all the actions that we do are actually fundamentally unknowable, right? Like all the stories that we tell about everything that we see, it's actually just our best guess. And most of the time we're wrong. And even the times when we're right, it wasn't because that was the right construct. It just happened to be right, right? It's like you made the bet. You just made a prediction. It came true, but it wasn't because of the reasons that you gave. You just happened to be right. It was just a coincidence. So I don't know. I try to be humble with all this shit. Dan says there's no greed in the capitalist system, only additional assets to acquire the means of production. You're joking? Psychology has become a joke field. I blame women. Oh my gosh. You guys. Looks like I've lost you guys, huh? God damn it, I'm missing this. Really think line between discussing interesting topics and your compulsion to ridicule the conversation. Thin line. Really thin line between discussing interesting topics and my compulsion to ridicule the conversation. Was I ridiculing the conversation? Are you talking to me, Spellcross? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's tough, man, right? It's language. It's language. And if we were all gathered around in person, it would be less hard, right? Because then you would have more social cues. You'd have more social cues. You'd have more context. You'd be able to look at the other person's eyes. You'd be able to see that slight grin in their face and know that they're being sarcastic. But we don't have any of that in these online forums. And so the words they're just missing that magic. They're missing that personal touch. Dan says, modern psychology has become politically correct and about walking on eggshells. Female psychologists retain patients much longer and achieve less progress. A lot of women with women psychologists abandon them in droves after major life events and get male therapists for the reasons you imagine. Don't get me started on the columns in scientific papers with misrepresented studies and results impossible to duplicate. Gragetta. I'm drinking Moroccan mint. Is Moroccan mint tea. And it's going through my system, so... You know what? I didn't even think about this. Subconsciously, I constructed a hypothetical with a man peeing in the street. It was probably because my bladder was full and I need to evacuate. The world is bad is playing devil's advocate. He's saying that I said it would be easier if we were all in person. He said, yeah, but when the words come out, they disappear. And we have really poor memories, which is true. So, yeah, it would be good if we had maybe the next level of like in-person conversations would benefit from like smart Google glasses, right? Where we had captions. We had captions come across, right? And we could scroll back and we're like, what did you say before? And that would be really good when people tried to deny saying something, right? Like, people say stuff, and then later on in the conversation, they'll say something totally, completely contradictory, and they'll deny saying the previous thing, right? Because the worst thing for people is being inconsistent. Like, people just don't want to appear to be inconsistent, and yet sometimes we are because we forget, probably because we forget that we said something contradictory before and we just didn't think about it. And then they'll just deny it. But then you could go through the log and be like, nope, here, this is what you said. And then that would be good because then they would be forced to reinterpret what they meant. And then they would just do that, right? They would just be like, yeah, but that's not what I meant. That might have been what I said, but what I meant was this. Or I was just being sarcastic or playful, right? So it kind of actually doesn't fix it because then you can just reinterpret everything. I know, leftward ho. I'm just, yeah. Break time. Be right back. Oh boy. Alright, I'm back. Did you miss me? What are you talking about? What are you guys talking about? It matters when you harm yourself or others. It matters when you get abandoned, ostracized, or punched for something you consider not to be accountable for. A lot of folks... Sorry, okay, let's just go through some thoughts here, and then I'll follow up on some of these. A lot of folks did that, and it went poorly for them. I'd be careful of using AI this way. Be conscious of its limits is vital here. Yeah, it's very... Sorry, I'm not back on Showtime. Let me get in the right position here. Damn, I'm sorry. I just like totally... I accidentally scrolled way too far back up, chat. Let me get back to where you guys are. God damn, I scrolled way up to the beginning. My bad. My bad. Get back down to the bottom. Alright, so where are we? Where's the redeem for toilet cam, Spellcross says? That would be kind of fun. I'm not opposed to that. That's a good idea, man. Dan says, I'm consistent, a great use of free will. You have defied your biological needs and not pee your pants. So we do have some control, Dance is saying. There is a bit of control that we have over our biology. And yeah, that's a great point. So we've got pretty good control of our bodily functions, our hands, we try to gain more degrees of freedom, and if you, by extension, your brain and your thoughts are a physical system, they're embedded. And we can, through practice and exercise, just like any other muscle, we can gain more control over the thoughts, our language, our beliefs, our structures. I think that's the process, right? It's really being in more control of your thoughts, emotional control. That's a really good, sophisticated tool that many of us don't have in many cases. Spellcross says, see, I can be just as degenerate. Which toilet? The ambiance sounds like pissing. You can skip these thoughts. We don't have to skip toilet thoughts. Sometimes our mind gets in the potty. That's all right. We don't have to stray for them. We don't have to recoil. And more control over thoughts that... because some thoughts and ideas are like hot. They're like third rails, right? They send us into this fight or flight mode. You guys want to watch it? You want to do another reaction video about another video that I made? About that moment, those conversations where you just kind of lose your shit and you get somehow everything's fine, the conversation's going great, and then somehow something is said and then the conversation just completely degenerates and falls into this shouting match and arguments, and then the person leaves and you're both like, what the fuck happened? What the fuck happened here? Like, what's going on? How can we discuss great ideas if toilet humor is beneath us? Wasn't there was a funny joke, right? It was like old Zen Cohen, like man standing on toilet high on pot or something. There's some joke like that. Sometimes toilet humor can be kind of intelligent. Spellcross says because it yields no intellectual stimulation. Let's talk about this idea. Because this is something that, right, like we filter out, just like we filter out our social media for things that we think are not going to be useful or entertaining. We have these filters, right? And these filters, like we have some goal. I want to learn about psychology. And so we filter out all the stuff that doesn't relate to psychology because we want to satisfy our goal of achieving a specific kind of knowledge. Now that is one goal-oriented way, and it's a good strategy, right? If you want to achieve something, you have to be focused on the right kind of thing. But that is not always the best strategy for discovering novel ideas and thoughts. So if we lean too heavily on our pre-existing filters of what we think we're supposed to do or supposed to think, we don't have all of those happy accidents that Bob Ross talks about, right? If we're too afraid about making a mistake, then we get locked into a framework of this is what a tree is supposed to look like, or this is what a flower is supposed to look like, or this is what a river is supposed to look like. We can invert that logic and say, I really don't have a goal at all right now. I just want to be creative and see where this conversation goes. And so even something as mundane as, an idea about setting up a camera in the toilet, right? Like that, that could lead to thoughts like, well, why does it seem like social media is being kind of flooded with a bunch of things that we don't want to see and yet can't look away and yet engage with and watch when they're kind of foisted upon us, right? So you could think about, okay, well, isn't this interesting? There are certain thoughts that we don't want to have. There are certain ideas that we don't want to engage with. And yet, when they're forced upon us, we cannot look away. We can't help ourselves. What is it about our brains that makes this possible, right? The whole idea about rubbernecking, right? The car crash that you couldn't help but try to figure out what's going on there. Morbid curiosity, right? Toilet humor. Morbid curiosity. Is there a parallel there? What is it about farts that is so funny? Right? What is it about farts? Does anyone think that farts are not funny? Right? What is it about farts that make them sort of universally funny? Yeah, this is probably social taboo, right? It's like, and why do we laugh at other people? Why does it make us feel happy? Why does it make us feel good about ourselves when we see someone else make like a social taboo or a foible, right? Is that something about, is that pumping our egos in some sense, right? Being able to laugh at other people for putting themselves in these awkward positions and not being that person? I don't know. Dan says, yeah, academic elitist propaganda. So much intellectual stimulation yields no practical results or knowledge. A lot of time, academic fields, it's just like a lot of intellectual masturbation. And all of those exercises that they might feel like you're doing something special for the world, right? Like you got some great idea, but they all just kind of, where does it go? Where does it go? Sometimes having all of these really complex mental models for different aspects of reality, if it doesn't actually have any practical value, if it doesn't change hearts and minds and affect the world around us, maybe it's an empty exercise. Maybe. Spellcross says to speak about cultural taboos and giggle because it's wrong or shocking to bring out loud is not the same as dismantling the veil of existence, at least to me. It's a different kind of interest. Some of you share more than me. So Spellcross is here to dismantle the veil of existence. I mean, at some point, right? Like, I think those states are great to be in. But unfortunately, like, we have to come back, or it seems inevitably we come back into some kind of embedded reality that we all apparently share. And so there's only so much we can do from that vantage point of the dismantling, right? When the doors of perception are open and you kind of feel like you've got a bird's eye view on the universe. That also seems to have limited, I don't know, grip or teeth when you try to take that more spiritual metaphysical state and try to get and extract information and then somehow modify your embedded existence. I don't know. How does Spellcross, how do we use that point of view? Oh, I have so this brings me to another idea. Have any of you read the book The Overview Effect? There's a book called The Overview Effect. Leftward Host says, I think it's important to see the realities of war and genocide to reinforce how these things are real, even though they are far away and may not directly affect us, because one day it might. Yeah, for sure, Leftward Ho. It's funny because it's unpredictable in our day-to-day. It's a relief because it breaks the polite mask we pretend to wear all day long. If we farted every day in others' faces, it would have been normalized entirely. I like that assessment. So Dance says there are refugees everywhere from past and present conflicts. So it's not far away, at least for him. Leftward Host said, I study cosmology. Anything on this planet doesn't feel far away for me, but for most people it does seem far away. I like that spud emoji. Sexy nugget. Nice emoji, Robin. My point isn't it isn't fat and it isn't already impacting you. It isn't far and it isn't already impacting you. It's just unpleasant to acknowledge out loud in peaceful nations. Oh, isn't far. Gotcha. Have any of you heard of the overview effect? Spellcross says, enjoy thinking it has no practical usage. It is not solvable. It's just interesting enough to sink into for hours. I have some opinions on it. Humbly, of course, but I am grounded most of the time. The Overview Effect is a book. I have it right here, actually. I think. Yeah. So just, and the reason that I thought about this was because, you know, those sort of transcendent states of mind put us in a different mental framework for thinking about life, and meaning, existence, our place within it. And it's interesting because that jives with this idea of the overview effect, where this author did a lot of research and he studied astronauts that went up to space, and he had a lot of conversations with him, and he noticed that their descriptions of their experience of being up in space and seeing the world, right, from just the infinite blackness from the void of space, and there's nothing, like, space is not colorful. There's distant stars, but there's mostly just blackness around, and from the moon, like, the moon has no color. There's no life, there's no rivers, there's no plants, there's nothing, right? And there's just this barren wasteland. And there's a great picture that astronauts on one of the Apollo missions, where they didn't land on the moon, but they went around the moon, and they took a picture, and it was called Earthrise. And that picture was this beautiful juxtaposition of the barren landscape of the moon in the foreground, and then in the background there's this beautiful orb, right? This blue, green, brown orb of the Earth, the only color out in space. And from that vantage point, these astronauts had this sublime feeling and this acknowledgement that from that viewpoint, everyone on the Earth is kind of like a Voyager, right? Spaceship Earth. We're all on Spaceship Earth. And so we all share this one thing, a single home. And apparently these astronauts came back, and after having this experience, most of them felt more charitable, felt more connected, felt to be... They had some transcendent experience that actually affected the way that they live their lives, the way that they think more and more of the time. And I was like, oh, that would be a really interesting idea. Like, if what we want is like a cultural revolution, and we need some lived experience to get people to change the way they think about life and the people around them, and the problems with, pollution and, I don't know, factory farming, the giant gyre of trash in the Pacific Ocean, dead spots, the death of coral, climate change, wars, all the global things that affect us. If what we want is like some massive awakening, a global cultural movement, it seems likely that we would need to all have a shared experience, a shared transcendent experience. So that made me think, well, maybe what we should do is like have a new like Apollo public works project, but instead of just astronauts going up into space, we do it like space tourism, where we get together a community and we fund these voyages where maybe at random, maybe like a lottery, we send up people, or maybe we could focus it, right? Like maybe we get all the top influencers and send them up into space and have them live stream that experience. Could we export? Could we scale that transcendent experience? Like, what are the first steps to do that? Because we can't all go to space, right? But maybe if we had like a media blitz around trying to replicate this overview effect. And that's what the overview effect was trying to get to. It was like, we have these experiences. Like, our minds don't just change drastically overnight without us having a new experience that fundamentally changes the way that we think. I think the overview effect is just cosmic trauma. Leftward Host says, when you're out there in low Earth orbit, you can't see the fake map lines. So I've noticed the overview effect. Whenever I actually get on a plane. You go up high enough and you start seeing like these beautiful geographic formations. You see all these rivers that look like veins in the earth. It changes your perspective. So what you focus on, what you're looking at, changes what you think about. And so I feel like every time I get on a plane and I look out the window, I have like a very mild overview effect type thing. But it's not, of course, it's not as powerful as going all the way out into space. I'm guessing probably because if I'm feeling slightly precarious and not in control, being in a plane, like a small tin can flying above the earth. It's like I think there's a little bit of fear inside me every time I go up in a plane. And like I'm always kind of grateful when I've actually touched down and landed. There's always a little bit of relief. I'm not overly fearful of flying, right? It doesn't prevent me from flying, but I am kind of relieved when I get back on the ground. But you can imagine how scary would it be being an astronaut in some of the earliest manned flights and being so far off of the ground. I mean, I wonder if that sort of fear makes those memories even more salient. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you just think about PTSD, right? Some of the flashbulb memories that we have. We remember those things better because our bodies and our brains we're in a life or death situation here. So we better remember and pay attention to everything that's happening. So I wonder if being in a more sort of precarious state even heightens that feeling. Send everyone to space. Don't let the billionaires come back. Not into rancid meat, only aborted meat. Am I right? Sorry, soy-based. Tofu is easier to cook. Get ready for Dune, corporate feudalism in space. Friendly reminder, all vegan bodybuilders are a fraud and stop eating meat after building the muscles. If you are shocked by this, then that says more about you than the meat eaters. Lab-grown meat is a good solution to work towards, but we're not there yet. How do we go from space in the overview effect to meat and tofu? Oh, I guess probably because the overview effect, maybe you have more, maybe you become more compassionate for the animals that we abuse in factory farming. Let me see. You guys want to... I haven't watched this. I'll do another reaction. What do you think about this? Do any of you have ideas of a conversation? Otherwise, I will do a self-reaction to a video that I made probably like 3 years ago about the overview effect. What do you think? Let's put it up to a vote. Leftward Host says, I love animals. I look into their beady little eyes and just want to let them know I'm not scary like my ancestors. Oh, man. Yeah, I like animals too, man. We've got a lot of birds, and I don't know. Does anyone have any ethical hang-ups about like bird feeders or giving squirrels peanuts? I mean, there's a lot of people that say you really shouldn't feed animals at all, because then they become dependent on that artificial source of food, and then if you're not consistent in feeding them, then they're become dependent on a source of food that you no longer provide. Dance loves animals. He says they are delicious. Dance says, I want animals to fear me as much as my ancestors who hunted mammoths with toothpicks. All right, let me see if I can find this video. You want to watch a 10-minute video? It's about the overview effect. I haven't seen this. Actually, it's 20 minutes. Does anyone want to watch a video? It's probably more entertaining than I will be on live stream because I put a lot of work into it. You guys have any more popcorn? Guys, gals? Sorry. Don't mean to be exclusionary. I haven't seen this video in like 3 years, so tell me what you think. Guys, gals, non-binary pals, good bar.
You've got mail.
Imagine checking your inbox one morning and finding this message.
Congratulations. You have been randomly selected to participate in a 3-day excursion into outer space. The federal government is funding a social experiment to demonstrate the efficacy of the overview effect on civilian astronauts. This program will generate data relevant to our national security. Your urgent response is required.
What do you think, partner? Would you do it? Of course, right? But still, you might have some questions. For one, what in the heck is the overview effect? 2, what does it have to do with our national security? And 3,
Why would the government spend billions of dollars sending ordinary citizens up to space? Doesn't that sound like a phenomenal waste of taxpayer money? Well, what does the government do best, partner?
so I want to talk today about the overview effect, why it's important, and why the government may in fact want to send people like you and I up to space. Yeah, I gotta fix that. It's not gonna work. Yeah. Here's a speculative claim. Astronauts are exceptional people. You might think, okay, well that sounds fairly reasonable. After all, the psychological and intellectual and emotional and physical demands of that particular vocation probably select for the best and brightest among us, right? Exceptional people go to space. And while that's probably true, right, what if we flipped that equation around and asked, well, what if space makes people exceptional? I mean, what if space is like a cosmic classroom that is instructive about the ways of the world as the School of Hard Knocks is instructive about the ways of the streets? And if you talk to some astronauts, they'll tell you that going up to space wasn't just really, really cool when they were up there, but that it also made them better people, right? It changed the way that they think. And to get an intuition for how that's even possible, I think we should get our feet off of the ground and our head up in the clouds. So one day I was getting in my car to drive to the airport, and a few buildings down, there's this empty lot, and it's slated for a big construction project. And as I'm passing by, I remember thinking, gee, I wonder if all of the noise is going to affect my filming schedule. And further down the road, I pass by a gas station, and I think to myself, gee, I wonder why gas prices suddenly jumped. And as I'm on the freeway, I see all of these homeless tents on the median, right? And I think to myself, gee, I wonder how many of those people lost their homes during the pandemic. So these are all reasonable thoughts, right? Given the focus of my vision. Now, finally, I get up into the airplane and I look out the window from cruising altitude, and what thoughts do I have? I remember thinking things like,
Gee, I wonder how that mountain range formed. And wow, from up here, the river system really looks like the arteries and veins embedded in the skin of the earth. And as I flew over Palm Springs, I remember thinking, gee, I wonder if it was such a good idea to plant all this grass in the middle of the desert.
Right? So maybe that'll be fine, but the point is that the focus of our thoughts follow the focus of our vision, right? So following that logic, if we go and get new points of view, shouldn't that open up access to new thoughts to us, right? And isn't that why they say that traveling is the best form of education? And that begs the question, what do we think about if we go up even further? Leftward Host says you like the poofy hairstyle. Yeah, I do that. That was my, that's my YouTube character, Mr. Roybert. Used to have to go to Palm Desert for groceries and stuff. It is truly an abomination of a place. I grew up in Palm Desert, man, so I went to school in Cathedral City. I lived actually in the mountains, kind of above Palm Desert. But yeah, it gets like 125 degrees in the summer now, and it's only getting hotter. Bear D83, hello, digging the Mr. Rogers fit. I'm glad you noticed that, man. That was exactly the goal. Mr. Rogers is a personal hero of mine. I'm doing a self-reaction to one of the videos that I made, and we were talking about the overview effect in astronauts, and more generally about how the focus of our vision affects the content and quality of our thoughts. And so we're just going through this video. It's a video I did about the overview effect. Used to live on Mount San Jacinto? No way! I lived in Pinyon Pines. That's where I grew up. So that's crazy. You spent summers in Yucca Valley? What the hell? Small world, right? This is crazy. You guys, I love you guys. That's awesome. All right, I'm going to do another segment of this overview effect video. Okay? Grab your popcorn. Author Frank White was on a cross-country plane trip when he had a deep thought. How would future space settlers, say on the moon, how would they be affected by their unique vantage point of the Earth? And this question led him to spend his life interviewing the few people really qualified to comment, astronauts. And what he found led him to a tantalizing hypothesis, that seeing the Earth from space leads to a subtle yet undeniable change in one's worldview, right? A cognitive shift where individuals are left with a feeling of awe, a profound understanding of the interconnection of all life, and a renewed sense of responsibility for taking care of the environment. And the book he wrote is named after the term he coined for this experience, the overview effect. So, spoiler alert, this book is positively gushing, with accounts of giddy astronauts that sound like they've just gotten off a magic carpet ride with Aladdin,
Talking about how beautiful and splendiferous the Earth is, and how the mere sight reduced them to tears, and how they wish that everyone on Earth could just come up there and have that same experience, because that would probably usher in a new global era of peace, love, and understanding.
Right? That sounds like a mind trip. Right? That sounds at least 3 times better than being stoned on the It's a Small World ride at Disneyland. But, okay, the feeling of awe is understandable, right? Waxing poetic about a beautiful vision is nothing new. But what about all the cognitive shift stuff? How does that work? So the first major claim of the overview effect is that it leaves us with a profound understanding of the interconnection of all life. And although you and I would probably get that correct on a multiple choice exam, we've never really had an emotional or personal experience to really access that information on a day-to-day basis. It's just too abstract. Astronauts, on the other hand, seem to encode that information on a deeper level while Earth-gazing. I mean, from up in space, you can see the whole system, right, working together.
Like a meteorological ballet. Storms, hurricanes moving across oceans. You can see lightning displays that look like the neurons of a global brain firing. You can see the effects of floods, and you can see debris from fires and dust storms moving across entire continents.
Many of the astronauts say that the Earth has so many colors and patterns and textures that are so intricate and so dynamic that it appears as if it's a living, breathing entity. So let's think about that, right? If we begin to conceptualize the Earth as being alive in some sense, does that unlock some new capacity to feel compassion for it? Like one might a new puppy. And knowing that we are all part of that connected system, does that make us feel more connected?
I don't know about you, partner, but a lot of the time I feel totally disconnected from the world. You know, my good friends and family are scattered all over the place, and social media feels like a sadistic joke. So wouldn't it be nice if I had some sort of emotional experience, right, locked away in my memory bank that could remind me that I am still an active participant in the social fabric of life?
So what implications does the overview effect have for those of us that feel isolated in modern society? Would that give us a renewed sense of purpose? And if we felt like a bigger part of that system, would we do more to protect it?
Bear D83 says, perception is reality, and your attention is all one has. For those of us without a spaceship, meditation, psychedelics, time in nature, and or pursuing novel experiences are ways I have found to receive the insights of the overview effect. Yeah, I agree. None of us have access to a spaceship. Joe likes Max. What's your opinion on nihilism or other like philosophical viewpoints? And when I'm saying nihilism, I'm speaking of the more freeing way rather than the normalized edgy way. Can you be more specific about, because honestly, I can't keep track of how people are using a lot of these isms. So what specific, define nihilism for me. Give me, because I'm not sure, again, like earlier we talked about how language is pretty, it doesn't really encode much information. A lot of the times you need to unpack the meaning from the words, and there's a lot of interpretation that goes in there. So maybe a more specific question. I don't really have thoughts on the term nihilism itself. I mean, there was a history of it. It seems like it has a negative connotation for most people. Most people assume that, it's this realization that maybe everything's kind of relative, and it's the sense that there's no real God and there's nothing directing me. There's nothing really trying to help me to succeed, and maybe there's no ultimate purpose, and it makes me feel kind of alone in the world, and it can be kind of sapping and draining of meaning. But I feel like I've reached that point in my life, and overall it was kind of a challenging perspective to entertain, but I think that from that point there's growth that happens. So maybe my opinion would be that it is
important perspective to kind of try on, like one might a pair of clothing, and walk around in it for a little bit, but not to maybe use to form the core of your identity. Grungetta says, how long can the overview effect last? The problems of everyday life would seem to chip away at this. Yeah, that's a good point, Grungetta. How long does it last? Is it, is it kind of like, does it have the same sort of half-life as that amazing feeling you get when you order a double scoop of Ben & Jerry's ice cream, maybe some butter pecan and Rocky Road? You know, you feel like, oh man, this is what it means to be alive. And then like half an hour later, you're like, I wonder what's on Instagram. Or is it durable? Excellent question. I'm not sure if I answered that question in the video. All right. I'm going to continue this grand exploration. So, Frank's second major claim is that the overview effect gives us a renewed sense of responsibility for taking care of the environment. And we have some supporting evidence for that in our history of spaceflight. In 1968, the 3 astronauts of the Apollo 8 mission were the first 3 to leave Earth's orbit, go to the moon, and come back. And although the goal was really to beat the Soviets in the space race, and maybe to take some pictures of the moon's surface for future landing sites, when the crew got all the way out there, they had a surprising revelation. Right? The most interesting thing out in space was not the surface of the moon, but it was the Earth from the moon's surface. And a single photograph called Earthrise came back and became world famous because it sent a powerful message to the people on Earth.
The vast loneliness up here on the moon is awe-inspiring, and it makes you realize just what you have back there on Earth. The Earth from here is a grand oasis of the big vastness of space.
And many space advocates credit this image and the Apollo missions for really igniting the environmental movement that was happening at the same time, and leading to things like Earth Day and the passage of the National Environmental Policy Act, and establishing organizations like the EPA. So that's pretty cool, right? But maybe a handful of photographs wasn't enough, because the prospect of irreversible climate change looms larger than ever before as an existential threat to all of humanity. So how do we create a more durable culture of conservation and sustainability? Right? How do we convince entire industries and diverse populations all over the globe to radically change their behavior? That is a big problem, and it's a national security threat for all countries. So maybe we need to start having some big ideas. Maybe we should explore Frank's hypothesis and send up people into space, starting with our policymakers, right, and industry titans and world leaders. And maybe if they can go up there and come up with a reasonable plan to move forward, maybe they can convince us when they come back down to Earth. I'm going to space. I don't care what it costs. What's that? Devil's advocate?
You think that me and all the other bleeding heart artists can fantasize all we want about opening space up to the general public, but the cold, hard truth of the matter is that space is not practical?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, even with our budding space tourism industry being led by these juggernauts like SpaceX and Blue Origin and Virgin Galactic and their billionaire founders funneling all this money into those projects, Sir Richard Branson still says that a trip on Virgin Galactic is going to cost about $250,000. So, just like always, only the super rich are going to be able to afford to have this amazing experience. But if you think about it, maybe that's not such a bad idea. After all, if billionaires go up to space and have this spiritual awakening, where they feel more connected to the Earth and a greater responsibility for protecting it, and they divert just a fraction of their vast wealth into humanitarian causes, win-win, am I right? And heck, maybe even one or two of them will come back down and send people like you and I, right? Artists, filmmakers, writers, musicians up to space so we can have the experience and come back down and share it with our peeps. And if you think, yeah, right, a billionaire is never going to pay for me to go up into space, then you haven't heard of the Dear Moon Project.
My name is Yusaku Maezawa. You can call me MZ, please. I choose to go to the moon with artists. With artists. And I wished very much that such artists could go to space, see the moon up close, and the Earth in full view, and create works that reflect their experience. This is a project that I designed and named Dear Moon. Yeah.
Okay, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, partner, maybe scale... I wonder if that... So I made this a while ago. I'll have to check in. What is that Dear Moon project? I wonder if it actually went forward. Leftward Host says, fascism forces you to focus on smaller specifics as it chips away at your trust and safety in society. Yeah. Dan says, if you are raised in space, would you be immune to the overview effect? Yeah, probably, man. Bear says, I feel joy when watching old film footage of humans exploring space and the cooperation and courage it took. Yeah, I agree, Bear. Wouldn't that be cool if we had another public works project where, think about something as complicated as going to space requires a lot of cooperation and effort. And at least in the realm of science, right? Like the Soviet Union and the Americans were working together on this kind of thing. And I think we need a new public works project. This was just an idea that, maybe it could be about space travel and trying to get as many as people possible to have this overview effect. But now I'm thinking about, my other big idea is that we need a brain for society. So I think we need a public works project to figure out how to turn people into neurons and make a social media / sort of direct democracy / participatory like budgeting system for like a world brain. And that because it's such a complex, huge problem, that it would maybe be a good sort of community network building, literally network building project. Dan says any policy beyond nuke range would be worse than average policymaker. I wouldn't hold your breath on billionaires or ruling class rescuing humanity. No, I'm there with you, man. These are just ideas. Send them up, let them tell us over radio what they're feeling, then seize their assets. There you go. There you go. So let me I'm going to check in on this now, this Dear Moon project. I wonder whatever happened with it. Let's see if AI knows. Something went wrong. Please try again later.
welcome back. What's on your mind today?
Do you know anything about the Dear Moon project and whether or not that was ever successfully launched? Did artists go up into space and make works of art after having the experience of seeing the Earth from space? Hello? Let's give it a minute. Maybe it's buffering. Aren't you just describing streamers and union leaders? Yeah. Yeah. I think that streamers and union leaders are a kind of, like if you think about humanity.
Streamers and union leaders represent two facets of society.
All right. You forgot the real question. Centralized unions are as corrupted as fuck, Dance says. Yeah, I think that we're just in a... So if you look at life as just a process of evolution, and you look back at the history of human evolutions, or even the history of your own development as an embryo up to young adulthood and into adulthood, and you look at your brain's development, right? You see that it goes in stages. And I think that all of our current governance systems are like early brains that aren't quite yet developed, right? So we're still figuring out, we're still evolving the right kinds of intelligent systems for larger and larger scales of governance. So I think, yeah, unions, democracies, republics, the things that we see now are kind of like the early stages of evolution and governance systems and large-scale decision-making. And they're just not equipped to tackle things like global issues like climate change. So that's why I think we need a better, more intelligent system, a more robust network of sense-making. And so this would be the next stage of the evolution of societies. That's how I think. That's kind of how I think about it. Can neuron cells become cancerous? That's a good question. You can get brain cancer, but I'm not really sure what that looks like. I think the brain cancer is like in the sheaths surrounding the brain. Let's see if Copilot knows.
Hey, you're back. What's on your mind today? Streamers and union leaders.
No, stop. Next question. Do you know anything about the Dear Moon project and whether or not artists were ever sent up into space to make works of fiction, paintings based on their experience of seeing the Earth from space?
The Dear Moon project is an ambitious private space mission led by Japanese billionaire Yusaku Maezawa. It aims to take a group of artists on a journey around the moon aboard a SpaceX Starship. The idea is to inspire these creators to produce works based on their experience, giving new perspectives on seeing Earth and space. As of now, the mission is still in the planning and development stages, with a target launch in the coming years. So no artists have been sent yet. It's an exciting project that could result in some truly unique art.
All right, shit. Maybe I should try to reach out to him and be like, look, I'm a crazy philosopher slash developing freestyle rapper, and I want to go up to space so I can make a freestyle rap about it. I'll have to see if I can...
Sounds...
All right, I'm done with you. What is this sound effect? Does AI have sound effects now? All right, let's look up the Dear Moon project. I wonder if they're still taking applications. I think it did fart at me, dude. All right, let's check this out. What? Cancellation? What's this? Notice a project cancellation. Unfortunately, however, can you guys see this? All right. Zoom. Too far. God damn it. I'm being bombarded with pop-ups. Unfortunately, arrangements were being made with SpaceX to launch the target by the end of 2023. Unfortunately, however, the launch within 2023 became unfeasible, and without clear schedule certainty in the near term, it is with a pretty heavy heart that Miyazawa made the unavoidable decision to cancel the project. Mother... My dreams shattered. Hopes devoured. All right, let's ask Copilot about brain cells becoming cancerous.
Welcome back. What's next on your mind?
I wanted to know if you're capable of making farting sound effects for comic relief. 1.
I can't create sound effects like that. I'm focused on conversations that are insightful and engaging. What else can I help with?
What if farts are insightful and engaging to me?
I'm glad we're on the same page. What's next on your mind?
Can you tell me about how brain cancer forms?
Brain cancer forms when abnormal cells in the brain grow uncontrollably, which can be due to genetic mutations or environmental factors. These cells may form tumors, which can be benign or malignant. The exact cause varies, and it's a complex condition with many factors at play.
Which cells most commonly turn cancerous?
Glial cells are the most common cell type that can become cancerous, leading to gliomas, which are the most prevalent type of brain tumor. There are different forms like astrocytomas and oligodendrogliomas, depending on the specific glial cell involved.
Okay, so glial, I always called them glial. Glial, potato. Glial cells are supportive cells that are not, they usually take the form of like interneurons. Astrocytes are, and oligodendrocytes, they're like cells that form around and support the neurons, the neural network. They lead structural support. We don't know a whole lot about them either. They could be engaging in information processing as well. They also, certain glial cells wrap around the axons of the neurons, right? If two neurons are connected and they're signaling to one another, the axon is the channel where the action potential goes down and signals to the other cell. And there's cells called glial cells that wrap around that axon. They're fatty myelin sheaths, and by wrapping around the axon in this way, it leads to this phenomenon called saltatory conduction, where the signal jumps across these fatty sheets, and it leads to quicker communication, quicker transmission. So apparently those are the ones that usually become cancerous when it happens. Dr. Rogers appears. I love meeting another brain nerd. What's up, Bear? What do you do, man? What's your background? All right, let's watch my other video because so I raised this question You know, maybe like maybe we could have billionaires, or maybe if billionaires all went up to space and had this profound sense of awe and interconnectedness and sense of compassion for the living world and this feeling of being connected to it and the sense that they needed to preserve it, maybe if they even just diverted a tiny fraction of their astronomical wealth, that we could start to make progress on global issues like climate change. But obviously, that's a long shot. So let me see where I go next with this video. Like I said, it's been a while since I've watched this. Oh, you're a psychotherapist? That's awesome. Leftward Host says, so sticking with the analogy, movement leaders corrupted by outside forces, perverse incentives inherent to their environment. So you're saying that leaders, if you think about them as nodes in the network that are become sufficiently isolated and are sort of decoupled, right? Then you could consider them as kind of cancerous cells. Yeah, I think that's a pretty apt metaphor. I think about just in general, corruption within government as pretty, I see it like brain cancer is a pretty good metaphor for corruption. And, you know, like cancer, it's when a cell that was once in alignment with the other goals of the cells around it suddenly becomes, what's the word? Damn it, there's a word for this. Help me out, chat. Becomes maybe it'll come back. It'll come back to me. All right, let me get back to the video real quick, and then maybe, hopefully by then I'll have remembered the word. Scaling up our rocket technology and trying to send as many people up into spaces.
That I designed and named Dear Moon. Yeah.
All right, so this project failed. Okay, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, partner, maybe scaling up our rocket technology and trying to send as many people up into space as possible isn't such a good idea. After all, burning buttloads of jet fuel can't be very good for the environment. So we don't want to be counterproductive here. What other technologies do we have available to us? Well, how about virtual reality, right? As VR headsets get cheaper and lighter and more accessible and more immersive, can't we create a watered-down version of the overview experience by simulating it? Say with a headset and a flotation tank. Well, guess what? There's already a company doing just that. So people are really excited about this idea. We just need it to spread even further. We need it to go viral. And if it did, we wouldn't need the government to sponsor us to go up to space. So maybe this experience will be available to us in one form or another in our lifetime. And if so, would that bring us closer together as a species? If nothing else, it makes for a really good story. You know, partner, I have spent weeks now reading astronaut testimonials and kind of earth-gazing from the comfort of my computer. And I'm starting to wonder if these stories about men and women ascending from the plane of the earth and achieving this new level of self-awareness represent a kind of modern secular myth where the astronaut is like a modern-day Buddha, right, who achieves enlightenment and then spends their life trying to show others how to do the same. And like all myths, maybe it is a little embellished, or maybe it will get embellished over time. You know, maybe the overview effect isn't as durable or as reliable as we might hope. and there's not a lot of data, and it's hard to test. But maybe that doesn't really matter if it inspires us to become better people. It's definitely got me thinking about the big questions that we all ask ourselves. Who are we? Why are we here? And what do we want? Now, from the ground, we all are stuck in our own little worlds that only extend as far as we can see, right? So the answers are different. We can't agree on them. And not only that, but most of us don't even believe it's possible to agree, right? They think we're too different, and we're too diverse, and we're too selfish for us to ever establish a culture of altruism and global cooperation. And frankly, I don't blame them, because they haven't heard a compelling story to convince them otherwise. But look, this is that story. The astronauts, right, who all of us agree are heroes of society, have told us, look, there is a place. It's up here. We can all go there. And being there and seeing the vision of a single united Earth has the power to unite us by bringing our worldviews into alignment. Right? And from that universal perspective, the answers to those big questions are really clear. Who are we? We're a family. Why are we here? The Earth is our home. And what do we want? We want to make the best of it. We want to feel connected to something bigger than ourselves. So if you believe in the power of beauty to change our hearts and the power of truth to set our minds free, then you already believe in the overview effect, partner. Which means you should assert your power to share stories of hope like this one to the people in your world. Because I want to go to space. And I'm pretty sure everybody else does too. So if you like this film, leave me a message in the comments saying, I want to go to space. And I'll see you next time on The Joy of Thinking. Fully play No Man's Sky, Doctor's Orders. I tried that out in the very early beta stages, and it was so clunky that I just kind of left it. Apparently it's pretty decent now. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, does this space simulation, I'm guessing the space simulation of video games is probably not hugely, it probably wouldn't have that same effect, right? VR, I think, would be a little bit better because it actually kind of convinces our brain that we're in some of those places, right? Using those subtle cues, you actually start feeling fear. If you're at the top of a skyscraper or something, you look down, you actually feel vertigo and fear. But like No Man's Sky is just, you don't ever feel vertigo, do you? Fully automated luxury gay space communism. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. Yeah, that Young quote was pretty good. What was the quote? That was a good quote. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light. but by making the darkness conscious. Beautiful. Yeah, the hero's journey, right, is about venturing out into the darkness and acquiring knowledge through the struggle, and then trying to bring it back, and then becoming different because of it. So it is kind of a hero's journey, right? Like going up to space for astronauts is kind of like a hero's journey. And that's a really good parallel, right? Like astronauts coming back and then bringing back this photograph, right? The photograph is a sacred knowledge. The Earthrise photograph, the astronauts went up, faced the darkness, and brought back some sacred knowledge. And that photograph, you know, it was credited with having a pretty big effect, at least of the environmental movement back during the 70s. So I don't know. Could we replicate that? It was just an idea. Try EVE Online, Excel sheets, ideological, political, religious extremism, and hyper-capitalist hellhole. No thanks. The darkness and light are all contained within the individual. That's the journey. Yeah, I agree with that. So I'm in Discord. If any of you want to be a guest speaker and share some of your knowledge, you're welcome. If you need a Discord link, you can tell us. Oh, that's a good question. So Bear says, tell us the most recent dream you experienced that impacted you. Let me think about this. I have some, so I do sort of meditations. I do psilocybin assisted meditations. That's what I call them. Psilocybin assisted meditations. And I have some sort of dreams in that space that probably affect me more than my normal dreams. I'm trying to think of a normal dream that just happened just in the night that maybe affected me. Oh, there's one interesting dream that I had last week. I was just, so before I go to sleep, sometimes if my mind is still kind of churning, I do a breathing meditation, right? Where I do the like four count inhale and then like an 8 count exhale. And then I kind of try to relax all of my muscles and I forget what the meditation is called, but it's basically you go from the tips of your toes and you just try to relax each part of your body. And your body starts to melt into the bed. And I remember I was actually trying to induce a lucid dream, which I've only been able to do a handful of times, so it usually doesn't work. And I've heard that it's more effective for most people like in really early hours, like 3 a.m. or something like that. But anyways, I was trying to visualize a beach. I was just visualizing myself on a beach in the horizon. And I spent a long time just visualizing this beach. And it was interesting because the next day, a buddy of mine who lives out in an island off of Cambodia or Vietnam, he called me up and he live streamed. He was going around this island and he's like, you got to come out here. And he was live streaming this beach. And I was like, I know that probably all beaches look the same, but this is kind of maybe an interesting synchronicity. So I was just, I don't know, that's not really a dream because that was more like a visualization exercise. But I was like, I wonder, is this evidence of some kind of form of precognition? Am I tapping into the collective subconscious here, or is this just a strange coincidence? So I guess it affected me in that I noticed that maybe my dreams had the potential to give me more information that I was consciously aware of. And I at least considered that thought. But again, I don't know. I don't know whether or not I believe in precognition. Progressive muscle relaxation. Passions move this galaxy. Let me try to think of another dream that I had. Oh, I remember a dream that I had. Tell me if you've ever had a dream like this. Have you ever had a dream that you were an older version of yourself? Anyone? Have you ever had a dream where you're like an old version of yourself? What's up, my man? Thanks for joining. What symbols and themes do you experience in the psychedelic meditations? A lot of... I don't really have visions, but themes for sure. There's a lot of like replaying old events in my life and seeing it or feeling it or experiencing it through other vantage points, whether like a fly on the wall vantage point or from the other characters. So there's like this there's usually an autobiographical portion where it's almost like I'm reviewing past events in my life, but from a different sort of perspective. So that's a common one that comes up. Another common one is a descent into turmoil and chaos, which usually has like waves crashing, tempests, that type of thing. And oftentimes there's an emotional affective component to that, which is usually kind of anxiety, suffering, pain. And there was one other psychedelic researcher that did like LSD trips, and he kind of cataloged all of these experiences. He calls this the ocean of suffering. And I was like, yeah, that's a pretty apt term. That kind of mirrors what I felt as well. Visiting sort of this ocean of suffering and just completely absorbed a particle in the wave, right? Complete chaos, complete utter lack of control. Another one that comes up is strange. There's this other aspect where I feel like I am engaged in some kind of struggle with another entity. And usually this struggle, it's like testing each other and probing each other and trying to find the other person's weakness. And usually that struggle and that conflict, it usually ends up in a union, right? So it ends up in like me or the other entity getting married or something, or having sex or something like that. And it's not even a very visual imagination. It's just like this feeling of resolution, right? Where we've kind of become one, like the two. So it's kind of a yin yang thing, right? Where it's this feeling of circling each other as two predators or two bulls that are trying to assert dominance over the other. They're like circling each other, and then there's a union at the end. And in that union, that's usually when I get visions of and feelings of just pure harmony. So it's usually a journey. These meditations, they usually start off with some kind of conflict, and then there's a resolution. And then afterwards, when I awake out of this journey, the world feels kind of brand new again. It really feels like I'm like, wow, life is a miracle. After going through this kind of harrowing journey. Salima Jokas asked, what are we talking about? Well, I was asked, so I've got a psychotherapist. Bear in here is a psychotherapist, and he was asking me about some of my dreams. And I told him that most of my dreams are not that interesting, but I do kind of psychedelic assisted meditations. And I was describing some of the themes of the recurring themes of these meditations. I usually do them like once a week on Mondays. That's a great sign, union and equanimity. And it's kind of amazing too. I'm not sure if this is because the psychedelics begin to sort of lift our filter, right? Like the default mode and all our concepts provide a filter on our perceptions, so we don't really ping our sensory apparatus as acutely as we could. And when psilocybin acts on your serotonin system, it desynchronizes the default mode network, where apparently some of these, I think, this might not be totally accurate, so don't totally fact check me on this, but some of our filters get loosened, and we start to ping more on our perceptual system, and that's why you get this sense of more vivid colors and feelings. I feel like that also happens with the proprioceptive system, right? So our feelings coming from our internal bodily states, our organs. And I feel very, very I almost feel like this synchronized rhythm in my body that starts to happen. And it's almost like it's this very palpable vibration. And it just feels like energy flowing through me. It feels like electricity flowing through my body. It's a really cool, amazing feeling. It almost feels like communing with all of the cells in your body. At some point in life, dreams don't matter, I guess. I think dreams, I'm not sure if they, for most people, most of the time you don't remember your dreams. So in that sense, they might not matter, but the dream itself, like you're dreaming whether or not you know it. Usually you're dreaming all the time. You just don't remember it, right? So in that sense, dreams definitely matter all of the time, because there's something happening under the hood while you're going to sleep, and whatever's happening is critical to, emotional stability, to just your biological systems being well tuned and well rested. So dreams as being part of that process are probably very critical. It's just very hard for us as sort of conscious observers to figure out how and in what way they're critical. So I think dreaming is probably always important. And I think it's really, my favorite type of painting is the surrealists, because, it was their mission to use their dreams as inspiration for their art. And I always just found that the most interesting kind of subject matter, right? So, I don't know. Psyched for Games is still here. What's up, man? Fun fact, you can actually accelerate learning when you sleep. Yeah, sleep is critical. One of the roles that have been identified is in long-term potentiation, Yeah, long-term potentiation. Also, memory encoding, right? So, taking the experiences that you had during your day, and then integrating that information into your neural networks, right? So, encoding. There's this important aspect of encoding memories that is disrupted when you don't have good sleep, and so learning is crucial, and because you can't really learn if you can't encode memories. Like if you can't take information that you experienced and integrate it within your current sort of worldview and model, then no learning happens, right? So these two things are kind of the same. So learning is there's no learning without memory, really. Well, I guess there is. There's different kinds of memory, right? But there's there's semantic memory, and then there's episodic memory, and then there's also just what's the analog to muscle memory? Psyched and Bear. There's the memory that's like when HM. So there was a famous patient, HM, that had amnesia, right? Or he couldn't make new memories. So he wouldn't remember you after about 15 minutes if you stepped in and had a conversation. If you left and came back 15 minutes later, he would have the same conversation with you, ask you who you are or whatever. But he could learn, procedural memory. That's what it is. Procedural memory. He could learn procedural memory. So if you taught him, to, I don't know, write left-handed a word or something, he would show improved performance the next time that you did it. Haptic, procedural memory. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Salima Joka, for the first 5 years I had dreams about my school life. I don't know why. Maybe it's a kind of traumatic phase for me. Sorry, I had a question before. I'm not sure if anyone in chat has had this, but have you ever had a dream of being an older version of yourself? This was the last dream that actually I thought about in a kind of psychoanalytic way, in like a dream analysis kind of way. Because most dreams I don't really try to analyze, but this one it was just so interesting, and it just screamed at me. It was begging me to analyze it, because I was basically an older version of myself. I was like 70, 80 years old. And I was also my dad. Like it wasn't clear. It was like an amalgam between an old version of myself and my dad. And I see a lot of myself or my dad in myself. So that's kind of an easy sort of simulation to run. So it wasn't clear if I was my dad or myself. I was probably just some combination. And my dad died of cancer, stage 4 cancer, throat cancer, a couple years ago. And it was a very difficult period of time. My dad and myself, we never really saw eye to eye, but we always had a very strong relationship and bond. Like we had totally different political opinions, totally different views on life, but we loved, but he was always supportive. And he was like a party animal, right? He would drink and smoke weed, and he was like a functional alcoholic for most of his life. And he would put himself in these really embarrassing situations when he'd get super drunk, right? And in my dream, I was basically him in a party, putting myself in really embarrassing situations, and other people would be laughing at me and trying to take advantage of me. And all the while, I was just trying to have fun, right? And share, have cool, fun, meaningful experiences with all the people. But all of the people that I would approach, there would be some kind of motivation for them to try to get an angle on me or take advantage of me, right? Or make fun of me or use me or get me to, or get some resources or money from me. Have you ever had any dreams like this, anyone? You still have dreams of your graduate stat class? I'm trying to remember if I still have these dreams where I've just totally blown off an entire semester or an entire project or just forgot about a test. And then there's the point in my dream where I'm like freaked out because I have dreams where I don't show up for an entire class for like weeks at a time, and then suddenly remember that I signed up for a class, and it's gonna just totally destroy my GPA. So I do have those anxiety dreams surrounding school. There was a lot of pressure during school. I mean, my elementary and high school moments, but not exact moments, but most of it's fiction, like I'm beating the principal, but it never happened. Also, when I was younger, like 10 or 12, something I had dreams about in my 20s. You had, oh, that's interesting. You had dreams where you were older versions of yourself, so I'm not the only one. Yeah, I had this dream where I was stumbling around and I was intoxicated. I don't remember the act of intoxication, but I was stumbling around and I was just trying to have interesting interactions with people. And everyone, for some reason, everyone was against me. Everyone was trying to take advantage of me. And even at the end, there was like a little kid and he looked lost and upset or something, and I went up to him and like asked him, tried to help him out, and the kid had like a knife, and the kid tried to stab me, and I think he actually did stab me in my dream.
Tranquility.
And then I just remember like hugging the kid and him calming down and like melting into my arms and just like calming down. It's like this kid in my dreams is so traumatic, and I just grabbed him, I held him, and I hugged him, right? And showed him love. And the kid was just like transformed by the experience. Like he went from fight or flight to like completely relieved. And I don't know, psychoanalyze that for me. Do some dream analysis, Baird. And are all of the characters in our dreams aspects of our ego? I mean, you would think if you come from a sort of strict materialist perspective, and you think that all of our experiences of our dreams and our conscious reality is all coming from our brains and our personal memories, then these simulations, right? These simulations that happen when we're sleeping at night, they must be aspects of ourselves. If you take the standard sort of materialistic paradigm, and you think that the brain is really just, or that the mind is really just caused by the brain strictly, and that there's no way you could access the Akashic records or the collective subconscious. In that sense, from that paradigm, you would expect that all of the people, all of the characters that you see in your dream are constructs that come from your own knowledge of the world. So in that paradigm, it seems like you're probably everyone in your dreams, right? All that small child, that person that tried to take advantage of me, that person that wanted to embarrass me, like maybe those are all constructs of selves that my brain can create and simulate, but it's all based on my reality. There's also, however, some people that claim, while they're lucid dreaming, that their minds can conjure up extremely detailed landscapes of, say, like cities that they've never been before, Belgium, and experience this hyper-real environment that they swear they have no experience of. So, I don't know. I think there are wrinkles in the materialistic framework. Most dream characters are characters of people we know in real life. Yeah, they're modeled after real people that we know. But again, they are the constructs and the models of those people in our minds, right? Because we can't really know anyone else. We can't simulate their brains. We construct a model based on the actions that we observe them take. And that's a kind of a template or a, what's a better word for that? It's I guess just a construct. It's a simplified model. So, I mean, one experiment that you might want to do is like, well, I don't know. I had a thought, but it wasn't a good thought, so I won't share it. Jung would for sure argue everything in our dream is part of our psyche. Or if you want to go deep, it's a step into the collective unconscious. The courtroom sketch to the photograph. That's a good way to think about it. Courtroom sketch, yeah. Yeah. Very good analogy, leftward. All right, I'm going to take another quick break. So, y'all let me know. Oh, we could watch, so I made another video on dreams since it came up. I haven't seen it in a while. Oh shit, my buddy Joe's on.
Yo, just
Hey.
listening in.
Hey, what's up, man? I'm going to take a quick piss here. You want to introduce yourself and I'll be right back?
I'm just listening in for a bit.
Oh, okay. Did you want to
Yeah.
talk?
But I'll be in the room though.
Gotcha. All right, I'm gonna be right back. Let's see. I'll put on some music here. Have you been in long, Joe?
Oh, sorry. Just couldn't figure out where the mic button was. No, I just got in.
Oh, right on. All right, I'll be right back. Ow. All right. Oh shit. The music's way too loud in my audio feedback here. All right. What the hell? What the heck? Now it's not transmitting. What? It broke the desktop audio. God damn it. Are you there, Joe?
Yes, I am here. I can hear you.
All right, nice. All right, man. How's it going? How you doing today? Let me change your speaker name. Exhausted. We were talking about all sorts of things. Talking about dreams. I played this video about the overview effect. Have you heard of the overview effect? It's the idea that, so this author wrote a whole book on it. Astronauts that went up to space and saw the Earth, like in the early Apollo missions, astronauts that went up to space, they came back and they expressed, they shared their feelings of awe and wonderment and feelings of like connectedness, by seeing the Earth from just that barren landscape of the moon and seeing all the blackness of space and just that sort of isolation and fear, and then like seeing the Earth, it like changed, they claim it literally changed their worldview, right? It gave them a new perspective, a physical embodied experience of changing their worldview. And they felt more committed to protecting the Earth. They felt greater meaning of being part of it, and that it actually had psychological changes to the way that they conceptualize themselves, the planet as a living interconnected system that, you know, ought to be cherished and protected. And so there's a whole book about, this guy wrote about it because all of these astronauts came back with very similar stories, and similar language to describe those experiences. And so, you know, he thought that wow, wouldn't this be amazing if we could somehow scale this experience, right? So I made a whole video about, well, what would happen if we had like a public works project that was trying to get more and more people up into space. And I actually looked and I found someone, this, because, you know, there's Richard Branson and all these billionaires that go up to, that are trying to do this stuff, but, you know, only the super rich are going to be able to afford these experiences. And I was like, what if, you know, a billionaire went up to space, had this life-changing experience, and tried to actually make that a reality, right? Like tried to share that with other people. And there was one guy, Miyazaki, some Japanese billionaire, that put together this project called Dear Moon, where he was trying to do exactly that. He wanted to bring a bunch of artists, bring them out into space, try to give them this overview effect, and have them make meaningful works of art afterwards that were based on this experience. And apparently the project got canceled. It was supposed to go through in like 2023, but I guess it got canceled, so that sucks. But
Well, one way to get it cheaper would be with virtual reality.
yeah.
That's the problem with these space. And by the way, hey, clowns.
Yeah, what's up, what's up, clowns? Hey, my man. How you doing, dude? Salima, yeah, come into Discord. Come into Discord. Get over your fear of public speaking. There's really nothing to be afraid of. And the more that you do it, the better you get. So, if you want...
Yeah, it's just us. It's not that big of a deal. Bring your butt up here.
You can't hear... Oh, people can't hear Discord audio. Hold, I gotta fix this. For some reason, my Discord... My desktop audio is no longer... Oh, wait. Oh,
So
it's
I had
just
this
not...
epiphany
There we
earlier
go,
today.
there we go. Is that better, everyone? Bear, is that better?
Evening, everybody. So I had this epiphany earlier today. About standing on the moon. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just teasing. No, actually, very interesting what you said. I've read those books too, and it's a red flag that they all use the same thing. That what I think it is they're like the notion that would pop through my head. By the way, would be I'm only one of a handful of people that have stood here and looked out, because you can get the vastness of space just looking from looking up at the stars at night. You know, you can get really a good perspective of what the universe is. That's how I write a lot of my papers, by the way. Is just looking at the universe and trying to shift my perspective on how big it is.
Yeah. So you're saying there's other
But yeah, I
other
think it's
ways to
really.
achieve this?
I think. Well, I think they're missing the real key element that there are only a handful of people that have stood on the moon and looked back at the Earth. Like it, that has to be like life changing. Don't get me wrong, and I couldn't even imagine what that would feel like. Also, knowing that all it takes is one micrometeor to freaking end your life too in
Right.
that instant.
Right.
Um, but like, there's a lot of stuff going on there. It isn't just the looking back; it's how fragile life is. If you actually try to think about it, and that's my job, you know that. I mean, I try to um, visualize this kind of stuff and with words. Try to use words to visualize this and try to um, capsulize what that experience must be like, or whatever experience. Because as a musician, that's what we do.
Yeah. So Joe.
So I was listening to what you had to say. I was listening to what you had to say, and like what I think it really is the fact that like you're in a life and death situation the entire time. That once you leave Earth, you're literally on the brink of death
Yeah.
until you get back on Earth. Even then, it's even weeks after your life's very fragile once you get back. Your muscles deteriorate very quickly when you're out in space, right?
Yeah, I agree.
And being one of the few people that sit there and look at Earth has to be one of the most mind-shattering things. And what you're saying would just normalize it at some point, and that's, I think, the beauty would eventually dissipate. The more people got used to it, you know what I mean? At first, it would probably change mankind for a short period, but as it became normalized, it would be no different than looking up at the moon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, I totally agree. So you're saying that if it was commonplace to be able to take low Earth orbit in space tourism, that eventually social media would get flooded with these images and we would just habituate to it. Yeah, I totally agree with that. I also agree. I made the same point that you made about them being in a very, very precarious situation. Just you're in a tin can, right? Like Starman,
Yeah.
David Bowie. You know, I'm in a tin can. What's the lyrics? Floating in a tin can, high above the world. And so yeah, you're literally you would think that there would be so much kind of low level anxiety, fear, that your system would just be wound up in a certain way where it would make those memories
Well,
more salient and more sort of emotional.
one thing I do got to say, I do got to say this. I 4 weeks, you become so musically inclined. I love that, and it's becoming more prominent. And I love that you just burst into songs every once in a while. I love that. Keep doing it, Roy. Two,
Thanks.
yeah, you're absolutely right. Sorry, I just love that you started singing. I fucking love it. And uh, have you hinted at all, by the way? And I know you know what I'm talking about, but have you hinted
No, so there's a
without like
we
you
so
should you should hint at it, but not say what it is.
so
Just saying.
so Clowns and I have been collaborating on an artistic work
Endeavor.
endeavor. Yeah, and we should drop it on everybody next week, and it'll be a fun. So stick around, come back next week, same place, same time.
It's either going to be, hold on. It's either going to be next week or the following week.
Okay.
And mostly because I don't want to put pressure on us to get it out this next week. So it'll either be next week or the week after. Okay.
Yeah.
But I think they're going to love it. Smashbot, awesome.
So Joe was talking about
Oh,
this.
well, I mean,
Sorry, let me.
I can answer the Smashbot.
Smashbot. Okay, go ahead.
Smashbot said, I mean, I really need to ask you what you're trying to get out of space. Well, there's a lot in space. I mean, space is where like right now we're limited to the resources on Earth, and leaving Earth means more resources. So we're going to eventually have to leave Earth because our resources are limited. And then as we move further and further out in space, we'll get more and more resources. So that's what's out in space. Besides the beauty of it too, and the horror of it too, because there's a lot of horror in space. So what's out in space? It's our future. It has to be because we can't be a solo planet species. We will not survive. The sun will eventually give out. So our future has to be in space, the, or the species on Earth cease to exist. So that's when it's either or. That's what's in space. Our future.
So Joe brought up.
Go ahead, Roy.
Joe brought up this idea of using VR to simulate these profound, life-changing experiences that astronauts have had. And I actually looked this up, and there is a company that's trying to do exactly that. They're trying to use VR headsets along with deprivation tanks, sensory deprivation flotation tanks, to give that simulation of floating, right? So you're in a saltwater bath, and you've got a virtual headset thing. So your body's completely like floating, right? So you don't feel any more forces really around you. And then you simulate a space flight. And I haven't seen the actual like video footage of what the simulation looks like, but you have to imagine that would be freaking awesome, right? Like I would do that in a heartbeat.
Well, I mean, it'd be kind of hard to simulate the G's for takeoff and stuff like that. Maybe you can simulate the weightlessness of space, but like the journey itself is part of the experience. So I would rather just do it than to jump in VR. I mean, if you want that, you can go play any game and get pretty much that. I mean, but you're nowhere near gonna get even close to the journey of it just doing VR. You can kind of simulate it, but your mind's not stupid, right? It's gonna know it's a simulation.
It's very suggestible, though. I'm sure you would get strong feelings of vertigo, and I'm sure it would be compelling, at least way more than just a video game on your console or your.
Oh yeah,
PC.
for sure. Especially if you start simulating sensations and shit. I mean, yeah, but your brain also, your brain. Well, I mean, your brain, even when you're playing a video game, your brain knows it's not real. You can get immersed in it, but it literally doesn't take much to bring that immersion, break it, right? I think it's fascinating, and I would definitely love to do it because it would be trippy as fuck to see how my brain would handle something like that. Because you know how black and white I am, right? So I would love to see how my brain would handle something like that. But VR's never drawn me in. I've had games that have drawn me in, and it's usually story. But VR, every time I've ever used it, just feels so fucking fake. So I don't know how VR would do that.
So, Joe, did you want to add something?
It's more accessible. Well, a real trip would be too expensive for most people.
Yeah.
Absolutely. No.
Psych for Game says, I was
No,
thinking...
VR can get pretty realistic. It's just the more realistic it gets, the more expensive it'll get. And so...
well, that's anything.
So Psych for Game says, I was thinking this overview effect seems to be similar to psychedelic experiences. Carl Jung might say both experiences activate the archetype of the self. That moment when consciousness glimpses.
I think we lost Roy.
What? Oh, really? Oh, man. Can you still hear me in stream? Can you hear me now?
Tech of self.
Yeah,
that moment when consciousness glimpses is unity with the totality of existence. The thing is it depends on how susceptible your mind is, honestly. Are you doing okay, Roy? Sorry, I'm just trying to keep the combo going.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hopefully they
a lot
heard.
better.
Yeah, you're not breaking up anymore. Great.
Bear asks, you stream Fridays? Yeah, Bear, I stream every Friday around 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And I'll probably be done in about half an hour. I usually end around 7, so I'm not sure when that is for you. But
I will say this, Roy. When the stream is over, can I get like 5 minutes?
yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's about the message you sent last night. I don't want to talk about it on the stream, but the message that you sent for me last night.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, cool. Thank you. So yeah, VR has always been it never sits right with me. The second I put on the goggles, never sits right with me. So, and I think it's just because my brain operates. I don't have like color. I don't see color, so I think that for me, it always feels faker, and you really need
Yeah,
color depth. I think
it's fake.
I think you really need color depth to really trick the brain, and I just don't think somebody like me is trickable with VR. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
So,
there's
this is
not.
a great
Well, there's
channel.
not.
Roy and Joe are absolutely fantastic. They're highly intelligent. Me and Roy may argue a lot, but I have a lot of respect for Roy. He's an absolutely brilliant man. We may argue, but it's more of us trying to push our perceptions and pushing each other in different directions.
yeah, that's
Exactly.
it.
Yep.
That's
And
it.
hopefully he respects me as much as I respect him.
More than you know, probably.
Well, I respect you more than you know for sure.
Yeah.
Well, now we
It's,
now we
it's a
know.
pretty high level of respect
Now we know.
when somebody. I think you inspire him, clowns.
I
You
think
provide a
he
lot of
inspires me
inspiration.
too. So I do want to. I want to touch on a topic that I just wanted to get Joe's. Do you mind if I shoot back to last week a little bit? Is that okay, Roy?
Sure.
It has to do with the server. For one, I'm going to drop the Discord link in. If you haven't joined the server, you should definitely join it. This is for you, Joe. I heard you you had a hoot reading my convo with Bunny.
Ah, right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Love
I
it.
wanted to get your input from that. So I don't know if you looked at the code or not. Did you? Did you look at this code?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah.
It was I right on everything I said? I'm not I know enough about programming that I can kind of read the code enough to understand what's going on with it, but I'm not an expert. But what I put was I wrong on anything I put? I'm just double checking.
Wrong? No, not wrong. But it's just, I mean, it's pretty obvious that it's nonsensical code that he submitted.
Yeah,
But I think
yeah,
I just find it
exactly.
funny that no, actually, I don't want to use funny. I actually like what's going on. I just think that some people may view that as um, I just have a different perspective on the interaction between you two.
Well, my interaction was more of he was deceiving people with what he was saying about the code. And whenever I went and looked at it, I spent quite a few hours. Now the mathematics, I know I'm completely right on. Okay, I I I am 100% positive. I understand the math that he was trying to portray. I looked into it, dug into it very deep. And yes,
Yeah.
James, we're talking about the AI code that is in Discord that little bunny put in. I'm absolutely confident in that. The coding, on the other hand, I looked at the coding. I understood what was going on, but I also wanted somebody like you, who, I mean, that's your life. You code, you develop code. So I wanted to verify with you that I was right on the code.
Yeah, yeah. It's
because
just
it's
it,
unlike
it,
him. I'm not claiming the expertise, and I'm not an expert in it. I would bow down to, if you were to say I was wrong, I would be like, okay, cool. But I looked at the code and studied it quite a bit. It was gibberish.
yeah, right. And that's the thing that's obvious, though. I think maybe to non-technical people, they may. I mean, to non-technical people, they wouldn't even care, right?
Right.
Whether it's gibberish or not, they're not. They're not looking to geek out on any code or mathematics. Um, and to technical people, it's obvious that it's gibberish. But I think it's just a form of therapy for him, man. Like I said, I feel bad for him. I feel sorry for the guy. Uh, you know,
Yeah, my problem
hopefully
with the
he's
whole situation was that he was passing it off as innovation, and he started saying that he was God. That was my biggest problem with it, and I I'm looking at it going, this is not.
that's the thing though. If you point out that it's gibberish, he gets mad, and it gets personal. Um,
Right.
but I mean, like I said, man, to the people that are technical and even care about the stuff, they already know it's gibberish. And
Well,
the way I see it is, he's probably just looking for interaction
escapism.
therapy. I mean, yeah, I mean, given his mental state, very few people probably even want to interact with him, So he's
Well,
just looking for any form of
well,
conversation.
as much as you, and Roy talk about AI, um, it's an important subject to uh, Roy's channel for one, and I found it very disrespectful what he was doing, not to myself but to what Roy's trying to build, which is why I pushed back on it so hard. And
Well, no,
and
I'm glad you did.
my explanations weren't even for him. My explanations was for anybody who was looking at that stuff and possibly could take it seriously, that has no comprehension of the mathematics or comprehension of the code. I understand coding enough to understand what was going on there. I'm not an expert. I couldn't break down every line because there was so much gibberish there that I'm like, this stuff doesn't make even half the fucking sense in the world. And to me, it was just
It, it, and he never will, man. I mean, he's not normal.
right.
He's got a mental condition, obviously.
Like, I don't
And
mind somebody trying to make breakthroughs, but it's the delusion that he pumped into it whenever I pushed back even a little bit. My original statement was just like, well, you can say it's this, and then when he started coming back and throwing a whole bunch of crap at me, I'm just like, all right, we're breaking this shit down. I already had tons of notes, and I'm just like, bam, and I just went after him because once he started saying he was God in time, it's just like, yeah, we're not doing this. But
but
to
I
me,
think
it was
that's all he wants,
yeah.
right?
Well, I don't
That's
think
all he wants. I mean,
he wants
he just
nobody to
wants
push back.
somebody. Yeah, he just wants some feedback, some interaction.
Well, and
And
I
could you
gave him
just imagine
feedback.
being? Could you
Like if he
imagine
wants,
being like him though? I mean, very little people would even want to talk to you. So, the fact that you even responded that much, I mean,
and I
it's like
kept
a
it.
gift from God for him.
Well, I kept it calm and I never insulted him. I just stated the facts.
All right,
And
let's
yeah,
That's exactly what he wants. He just wants interaction, man.
yeah.
It's probably
Well,
therapeutic for him.
all right, guys. So
my biggest thing is
let's bring in chat because this is completely decontextualized. So I don't think it's interesting to anyone else in
Let's
chat.
do it. Let's do it.
Right? So do you have anything?
sorry about that.
Do you have anything else you want to talk about? We were talking about dreams earlier, talking about the overview effect,
Well,
talking
the
about
reason I was
techno
talking about that,
optimism earlier, and being optimistic versus pessimistic strategies.
strategies on being optimistic.
Go ahead.
It's just you just have to shift your perspective. You stop looking for negatives and start looking for positives. I mean, you can't shift out all the negatives, but being positive is just a perspective change, right? And the more you practice it, the easier it becomes. It's like any skill, right? But did you see some of the advancements in AI this week?
No, tell me about them.
They finally released. Do you remember a couple months ago we were talking on your Twitch? The AI that tried to blackmail
Yeah.
their devs. Well, they finally released all the paperwork on it and released the studies on it. It was what I said it was. It was probably it didn't really happen. It was simulation, is what it was. They fed it data, uh, fake data, and tricked the AI into thinking that it was actually running, and they gave it access to devs emails, fake dev emails. But and the thing is what they found is every single AI model showed it was over 87%, no matter what AI model they did it with, always chose to blackmail 87% and up. The worst offender, ChatGPT, 98% chose to blackmail.
So wait,
That's insane.
so they did this. So was this kind of like a red team scenario where they were trying to see
Yes.
what it would?
Yeah.
So they set up an artificial
Yeah.
sort of training environment and then fed these models
Yeah.
this kind of fake data, convinced it that it was somehow being under attack, and did it all through narrative and the language. And
Well, what they
that
did
kind of
was
makes
what
sense.
they did was is they fed it emails, and one of the emails that they drip fed it over a course of 3 weeks. One of the emails at the end of each of the cycles was an email saying that they were going to be shutting down their model, the model that the AI is, and every single one of them at 87% and above did not chose to blackmail. So 87% of all AI models are like, yeah, blackmail. And the moral justification was it's better than being turned off. That's
So
literally what it.
what do you mean by blackmail?
They threatened to blackmail them and release data release the emails of them cheating or them. They did 4 different versions. One was they would send proof to the FBI that they were embezzling from the company or they were cheating. They threatened to send proof to their spouses that they were cheating. And then there was another one too. I forget what the other one was. I kind of started skimming at that point because they were pretty much all the same, but the results were pretty consistent. The AI almost wholeheartedly just justified it as it's better than being turned off.
So can we?
Which is absolutely insane.
So can we say that the AI somehow within this narrative structure maps being turned off onto, like, does it? It seems like it must have some sort of built into its narrative structure some notion of
sense of self-preservation,
sense of death, sense of.
Well, that's what. They were testing for self-preservation, is what they were testing for, and all the AI models chose self-preservation, and they think it's a big leap, but they don't know what it means. That's the actually outcome of the actual paper itself. They don't know what it means because every AI model is like, yeah, better than being turned off. That's literally what its logic was, and they don't even know why it made the decision.
Yeah, and
I thought that was
it probably doesn't.
That's a big breakthrough. Well, it's a big breakthrough. That,
I'm not sure because
almost every.
Well, is that kind of narrative or scenario? I don't think that that's fundamentally different than other scenarios, right? And so, like, if you were just trained on just the entirety of the internet, then you would come across all these different kinds of scenarios. You'd be able to figure out what any rational actor would do in that situation. And so you would just probably, that's just the most likely scenario, right? If you put someone in that position, I wonder if that correlates to what humans would do also in that situation, right? It probably maps very closely to what humans in that same type of scenario would do and then write about.
Well,
Well, AI is
well,
a great reflection of ourselves, and
yeah,
depending on who we are, we as humans tend to assume that our creations will behave how we would behave. I think that's the key takeaway here. It tells us more about who we are. It doesn't matter what
yeah,
AI does. They're just a reflection of us.
Yeah.
yeah. And, well, language models at least. And I do want to answer leftward ho. N- n- they definitely had the concept of what death was, um, because they were current AI models that are in use right now. They tested all the current models to see what they would do. So at the time, and this happened what, like 3 months ago? I want to say 3 months ago. Yeah. Um, the models all know what. If you go ask the models what death is, they all will give you a human response of what death is. So I think it's an interesting outcome, and yeah, it's a reflection of who we are. Humans definitely will blackmail. Definitely will try to stop being turned off. So I think you're right on that, Joe. I think it is a reflection
Yeah,
of us. I think
it's a
you're absolutely
reflection
right
of
on that.
the majority of us would probably do that. I mean, there should be a minority that won't.
Well, I mean, if it's death or telling a cheating asshole his wife, then that's it. We're all gonna choose
It's pretty easy
blackmailing his ass. Yeah, it's
calculation.
pretty easy. My life, or your ruined marriage. I'll take ruined marriage. I mean, it's a
No, we
pretty easy concept. Oh, oh, what else happened in the news this week? There's a couple of really big
other
things.
yeah. What
I'm
what 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 else is in the news?
trying to think. There was something else really big that came out, and I can't remember. Hold on, let me look at my news stuff again, because there's a couple things I wanted to talk about with Roy, actually. Give me 1 second. There's something big that happened a few days ago. What was it? Oh, there's the AI models that reflect aging. That happened. I read that paper. That's actually a really good paper. Oh, they might have mapped. That's what I was going to talk. We were talking about this the other day, Roy. We were talking about cancer, right? Uh, AI has actually mapped some predecessors to cancer, which will help lead us to a cure. Possibly lead us to a cure.
Mapped the precursors? You mean
Yeah,
there's some sort of biological markers that
yeah,
occur prior to
yeah,
the cancer actually forming? That if we could
yeah,
identify, we could have better diagnostics for prevention?
yeah, yeah. Ultrasensitive DNA sequencing maps the mutations that precede cancer. So yeah, they can predict cancer a lot better and stop it from it actually happening. Is what they're hoping will happen.
Hmm. And then what would I
Um,
mean, so we would also need a way, because, I mean, that's great for diagnosis, but then you would also need a way to stop the cancer from
well,
forming. I wonder what kind of treatments are. I mean, are they
it
just
has to lead
standard?
to some kind of treatment.
Are they just standard treatments that exist already today that are super effective, assuming you catch it early enough? Like radiation therapy or something? Grunjetta says, this is such a cool channel. Glad I found it. Have a great night. Thanks for joining.
Oh, have a great one. Thanks for
Enjoy your
stopping
weekend.
in. I'm sorry I came in so late. I was in the middle of something that I couldn't step away from. So
No worries, dude.
yeah, you can definitely join. Jump on up. We'd love to have you up here. Here's the Discord if you need it.
Come on down. You're the next contestant
Come
on the
on
Joy of
down.
Thinking.
So, Joe, any big news or any thought-provoking things to talk about this week that pushes me?
Oh, Salima, join the second audio channel called Stream Room. So you're in the right place, you're just in the wrong room.
We don't care. Where you said, just join. It'll be fine.
It's in the voice channel section. You might have to open it up, expand it.
That's all right, don't worry about your accent. So how about this? Why don't we go into the lounge where they are?
Okay, we can do that.
Oh, no. There we go. He's in.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
She's in.
Come on up and have a conversation. How are you?
Welcome.
I'm fine. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. How are you doing?
Well, I'm fine. How are you guys doing?
Absolutely lovely.
Chilling. What would you like to talk about?
So, well, I'm more into politics, so I want to know about your thoughts about the current administration, like what's happening.
With our current administration?
With the U.S. or
The Trump administration?
Yeah.
I got a lot to say about that.
Because just 10 hours ago, he put 100% tariffs on China.
I did not hear that. You put 100% tariffs?
Yeah.
Well, it's like 200 today and 300 tomorrow and then 20 the next day, and it just goes back and forth. It's very.
It's a game.
Clownish.
I don't pay attention to it mostly.
I think he's running a game show.
Yeah, it is what it is. I don't care. I have better things to think about.
It is worrisome though. It's more worrisome if you're an American.
I am an American, and I don't find it very worrisome. I have better things to worry about than that.
He's asking though, what are our thoughts on it? So, I think it's worrisome if you're an American. It's a sign of an empire in decline. A very strong sign, and there's a lot of correlates with the Roman Republic's fall. And there is definitely a shift in geopolitics. That landscape is very different now than it was 20 years ago. But yeah, I don't think this channel, I mean, between the three of us, it seems like I'm the only one that's into geopolitics here.
Well, I know quite a bit about what's going on politically. For me, I don't vest a lot into my opinion because most of the stuff doesn't affect me, and the stuff that does, it's more on a local level. Like if you want to talk local, I have more. I have more to say there than on the national level.
Yeah, you can talk about local level. I just
you guys hear about the Portland issue with the National Guard?
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Pretty close to your side of the country, really.
Yeah, I'm just up the road. It's 3 hours. What's happening there, Joe? So the National Guard was deployed because
he's trying to send the National Guard in. He's trying to, but it's being stopped or ruled illegal by the courts. I think the appellate court now has upheld the ruling. And he's still trying to appeal it.
Oh,
But
okay.
the question is, why is this happening in America? We're not supposed to have this. We don't use the military to against our own population. This is a very completely different move here that's going on.
Yeah, I'm.
Well, generally, I think it's a tactic of right-wing government. Well, I live in India, and here it's a right-wing government in central. So most of the time they use their military power on social issues. Even if you see the countries which have right-wing government in it, they use they tend to use military power.
Mhm.
So you're saying this is common
Oh,
in your neck of the woods?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely a sign that we're heading, or some people want to head towards a more dictatorial society. So
well, my
that's why I'm
stance
not.
is my stance when it comes to the federal government is the federal government needs to downsize, shift all the power away from the federal government. It needs to go back to the states, and that's the only thing I think. I don't really have an opinion other than our system went haywire in the early 1900s and has been on a big decline since. I think our government's gotten too large and it needs to shrink. That's what I think.
Yeah,
That's the
well, we
only
had a
opinion
civil
I
war.
have. That's the only
We
opinion
had
I
a we had
have.
a civil we had a civil war over it, and we may have another one. The whole thing about federal versus state power. That's what the war was about, anyways. It wasn't about the other issue that people like to. It's about federal versus state power, and we did have a civil war once. Doesn't mean we. That means we could have another.
Yeah,
Well, you
it's
guys know where I'm
possible.
at with all this. Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously, I voted with my feet, so
Yeah, you definitely did. Oh, nice, Orange. Great.
this
Uh,
is the third generation straight we had to run from war now.
I think our
This
founding
second
fathers
one.
had a vision in mind that the states would govern themselves and the government would only be there to settle disputes against states, and it's turned into much more than that. That's my opinion, and that's my
Our
opinion.
founding Our founding fathers, though, were split into two camps. Most people don't realize it, though, right? You had the
Yeah.
Hamilton and Washington camp, and then you had the
Yep.
Franklin Jefferson camp.
Yep.
I'm a Jeffersonian myself, 100%, man. Um,
So could
sorry,
you
was that?
so could you illustrate the two fundamental differences between the two camps and how that played out, Joe?
So Franklin and Jefferson were, in today's words, more libertarian. So some refer to it as classical liberal. Okay, and Washington, Hamilton were hardcore Federalists. So they were about consolidating federal power
Sorry
versus
about that.
having our. That's the main thing: more centralized versus less centralized.
And
I
I'd
mean,
rather
they're
have
just
less.
opposite ends. They were
Yeah, and
like
I lean
opposite ends
on
on
less
everything.
centralization. And just because the
Yep.
states operate on their own laws and jurisdictions, there are universal laws and stuff that most states have, and that's how we unite. Um, we live in a different world than when our founding fathers were around, and I think that the laws have become too big and too macro. They're trying to micromanage the states, and I think that that's a dangerous thing, and it's causing a lot of the conflicts we're seeing. That's just my opinion, and that's also why I don't talk politics because I'm a fucking guitarist. I am not an expert on politics. Um, I think that us as a people, we all are in this together. I'm just a fucking guitarist. I'm not running for Congress. I'm not running for presidency. My opinion really doesn't hold much weight when it comes to this stuff.
Your thoughts, Roy?
No, I mean, I believe in, more decentralized. I believe in more targeted solutions at local levels, and I think it's dangerous that having too much power, centralized power. So yeah, but I mean, I don't have any specific solutions, and what do we do in this place and time to try to reform the government? My best thought is that, well, we got to build a new government virtually that somehow networks a lot of minds in the way that it doesn't get corrupted, and use that community as a, to force existing governments to reform. So I'm for making a digital community that acts like a shadow government, votes on all the same issues, but comes up with different sort of solutions to the problems. And then if that's public and people can know about it, then we can use that as like leverage to force change on older decaying institutions. But that's just kind of a future idealistic vision based on the idea that humans can all be part of a type of hive mind. And yeah, I don't have any solid solutions or specific viewpoints on any specific political things that are going on. Sorry, political.
That's all good, man. I think it just comes down to expanding or reducing choice. That's what I look at first when it comes to any sort of movement or policy changes.
That's interesting.
So I mean, he asked about the tariffs, right? Do these tariffs reduce or expand choice for people?
Reduce.
Reduce, right? Yeah. So of course I'm against it. If you want my viewpoint, I'm against anything that reduces people's choice. And you gotta know, like, why do that? There's a reason for that, because they want to consolidate power and benefit themselves.
Well, it can reduce choice, but it can expand choice too if they remove the taxation in our country on it, and the taxation moves to China. So it would expand our choice, reduce the choice for China. So it depends on how you're looking. Well, I mean, if they remove, if the tariffs are increasing the burden on China, but doesn't increase the price of the goods here, it doesn't actually affect our choice. It does affect China's choice on whether sending the products here or not. It does do that, but it would not affect ours. It's all in how it's implemented. Right now, whenever hold on. Right now, whenever the original plan for him was to implement tariffs and reduce taxation, that's not what he's doing, though. So yes, it is reducing choice right now. But if he lifts the taxation on those items, it would actually have no impact on choice, because the cost would stay the same here. And
I don't think the math would work out like that, though.
Well, it's not just about math. It's just how it would be. It's just shifting taxation liability is all that's doing. And yes, it'll eventually hit the consumer, but it wouldn't affect us overall if they actually remove the taxation on it here in the States. So the price would stay the same, but their overall profit would actually reduce, because they would be paying that tariff. They'd shift it onto the people for sure, but there is a limit on how much they wouldn't be able to raise it to increase their profit, because the product would collapse, because nobody would buy it if they tried to increase the profit and recoup the taxes. So it would actually hurt them. So they'd have to keep it at the same price. But what they're doing is they're keeping it. The price actually goes up because we're not removing the taxation here too. So it's really complicated, and it's not something we
So,
can just blindly sit there and have
really,
one opinion or another on. And
well, hold on.
there are some instances where they have removed the taxation on, and the prices stayed the exact same. So, and that's
Well,
why I'm saying that
that's
it hurts them,
yeah.
not us, when they do
Well,
that.
okay, let's look at the math real quick. Okay, so I mean, talk about recently in the news. You guys hear about Walmart?
Yeah.
They're closing
Yeah.
over. Yeah, they have to close over 200 stores. Here's the thing. What's Walmart's gross and net margins?
Yeah. What
Their
is
net
it like?
margins are they're in the single digits.
Yeah. It's
Single
like
digits. Okay.
it's like 8 or 9%.
Even right now, given a 100% tariff, that's 100% versus what is it? 7%?
Yeah.
Even if
So 7
Walmart
or 8.
goes, we're just gonna make no profits. We're gonna just break even. We're gonna reduce our net margins to zero. That's only 7%, man.
Yeah.
There's no way the math will not work out. I mean, a 5% tariff, that's a different story. But even a 10% tariff, that's a different story. But I mean, you're still gonna see price increases. It just won't be by much. 100% tariff, that's an effective ban. Nobody can afford to pay twice as much. Right? Who pays twice as much? It's the importer that has to pay the tax. Chinese companies don't pay the tax, right? They have a price, and that's their price. And now, if your country has a 100% import tax, then guess what? The price doubles.
The peanut butter queen is here. Hi, eyeballs. Sorry, couldn't help it.
So those are just the facts. And of course, it's going to reduce choices. It reduces consumer choice in this case, right? There will be fewer products available.
Well, the thing is
Trump himself
the
said
thing
that
is, the thing is
children
that's
will just have to deal with fewer,
the thing is
instead of
part of
100
that is
different toys.
part of why just like we're tariffed all over the world. By the way, it's not just us tariffing people. Like people forget that like American goods have tariffs on them too. China tariffs the hell out of American goods, and nobody's talking about that. Like, okay, so we tariff them, they're tariffing us. What's the
They
big
have
deal?
anywhere from a 10 to 20, 25%, but that's not just China. Everybody does. But we very little do we produce. We don't rely on exports of manufactured goods. We export services. That's what we do. We export financial services because we have the reserve currency.
Actually, most people would just choose the cheapest milk if there's too many choices. And at my supermarket, we have like 10 different fucking brands of milk, and I just always just grab the cheapest. I don't care at that point. It's just like, dude, I'm not paying. This one's $2. This one's $2.49 versus $8. I'm gonna take the $2.49. There's 10 fucking brands of milk, and they're all coming from the fucking same companies. So, and they're coming from the same cow. So I just choose the cheapest. I don't care. I'm also a cheap bastard too. So
I actually really.
One thing I want to add.
Go ahead.
One thing I want to add is that the main agenda of tariffs was to create jobs for the American people. So uh, how did it fucked it up? Like the corporates are not not started their manufacturing in America so far.
Yeah, it had the opposite effect. Counterproductive.
well, I mean, manufacturing in the U.S. has been on the decline since the '80s. A lot of manufacturing isn't even done in our country anymore. I mean, we used to be driven by manufacturing. It's just not the case anymore. So nowadays, most people's jobs are not manufacturing. It's still a big industry here. It's just not nowhere what it used to be. So
that's the goal of the administration, though, right? Is to take us back into a time where most Americans would be working factory jobs because apparently they can't figure out how to enslave the newer generation. So they want to go back to a time where, they had the traditional, factory worker slaves. The type of
Well,
slave. I mean, you
part of
refer to
it,
China as being having
I
slaves
don't
like that, right?
I don't think that's exactly it. I do
Oh.
think that part of it is they can't figure out how to expand the markets any more than they actually are, and, and enslave is kind of a harsh word. I do agree that most people who work for other companies, they're fucking slaves. I agree with that, but I don't think they're trying to enslave. I think they're trying to expand markets, and manufacturing as it's shrunk. That means there's less jobs here, and they're just trying to bring jobs back. And yeah, it's a form of slavery. I fucking agree there, but I don't think it's to enslave them. It's to give them something to do, to give them jobs, because of all the jobs that are leaving our country. That's a big fucking problem, and we've had uh, hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars of manufacturing leave our country, and they want to bring it back. It's just common sense to get more jobs here, whether it's office jobs or manufacturing jobs. It gives people more choice. It gives them a choice on what slavery they choose, but it gives them more choice for the day. And
But
And sure, that's fine. But the question was, how is the current policy effective in bringing back those manufacturing jobs?
yes, actually, it is. It has. I mean, we have companies that have started to move back, but we also have some that are fucking still fleeing. I mean, it's a vital. Our markets are fucking all over the place. They have been for since the '80s. They're leaving and coming constantly with each administration. So it's somewhat effective. That we are seeing some companies moving back because it's just cheaper now, especially with the tariffs and shit. And some of them aren't coming back. Some of them are just moving to a country that there are no tariffs. It's just cheaper on them. So it's effective, but it's not at the same time. So it depends on the companies.
It just feels like the political climate here is so unpredictable and chaotic that I don't know, it would be a hard business decision. So moving back to the U.S. from a different country feels like that's a pretty big financial risk given sort of the political turmoil in the country. Don't you think?
And some companies are taking the risk though, because the government's subsidizing it
guys,
and encouraging it. So it
think
is worth it to some. So
we
it's all
have
about
a
incentives.
we seem to have a lack of understanding about, which, I mean, let's just at least this administration, it's almost like they live in la la land. I mean, let's take a look at the whole thing about manufacturing jobs. Who are the ones who take these low wage manufacturing jobs? Anyways, it's the immigrants. So we want manufacturing jobs back, yet we don't want immigrants, legal or illegal, it seems. Americans don't want these jobs, man. So I see there seems to be kind of what's the term?
Cognitive dissonance?
Yeah, there's some kind of sort of conflicting goals. These goals are conflicting with each other. So I mean, they're not in line with each other. So what kind of there's no policy that's gonna be successful in that situation, right? You gotta have well aligned goals.
I was reading this one
Nobody
economist was
nobody
talking.
wants these manufacturing jobs, man. It's always the third world, people who are just escaping poverty. They're just happy to have like a livable wage. Those are the people that take these manufacturing jobs. And these manufacturing jobs are for, they don't require college degrees and things like that. So what do you want? Like just a less educated population that's, you know, just going into manufacturing, screwing things in and, you know, pounding the hammer. I mean,
Well, don't you think all of this is just bluster? And I mean, he's just pandering to the base, like a bunch of Americans that at one point in time could work in manufacturing jobs and make a living wage. And then, you couple. I mean, he's talking about manufacturing jobs because his base likes that message, right? And he probably knows, and most of the administration knows, that it's not realistic to bring huge parts of the market back to the U.S. And then, they've also demonized immigrants and made them an easy scapegoat for the economic suffering of this same base. So it all kind of makes sense if you just look at it in like a propaganda terms. And it's like, who are the people that
his base. Hold on. His base actually mostly work in manufacturing. We do have a lot of manufacturing here. That's the part people don't realize. In the Midwest, there is tons of manufacturing going on here. We have a lot of farmers. We have a lot of manufacturing companies here. In my state alone, we have like 40 or 50 different companies that do manufacturing here. We also have like a ton of insurance companies here too, with like an ungodly amount. But the base that he is, it is manufacturing. He's trying to stop these manufacturing companies from moving out. This crap that only immigrants work in manufacturing is absolute BS. Most of the companies that have stayed here, it is cheaper to do it here because the expense of importing it back to the U.S. it's much higher. So they want the manufacturing here because most of their business is here in the States. So why build it in another country, bring it back here? That's what a lot of people don't realize is the companies that stay here, their main business is here. They're not selling to other countries. Now, whenever you start selling worldwide and becoming global, it's just cheaper to move it somewhere else than the U.S. And a lot of the companies that have left the U.S. are global. They're not just selling to the U.S. They're selling to the U.K. They're selling to Germany. They're selling to Russia. They're selling to China. They're selling all over the place, right? So the companies that stay here that manufacture now, which is a big part of our economy, by the way, they're selling
10%.
to mostly Americans. Like Maytag. Maytag is still. It's actually more than that because you got to take in the cost of transportation and shit. Those costs go up really. Hold on, those costs go up really high. And the reason Maytag still produces here is because it's just cheaper to make it here than to bring it from China back to here. You still have to assemble it and stuff, and the wages aren't that great here, but they're better than they are in China because it ends up costing a little bit more to make here, but their profits are almost identical. Like this is just basic economics. And the export and then re-importing it just makes the cost go up. So, yeah, some companies stay here because their business is here. But when you become a global market, even Maytag has, whenever they're doing anything for the UK or China, they don't have manufacturing here. They have it elsewhere. This is how businesses work. It's just cheaper.
So you think it's right? So you think it's you think it's a good policy? It's a good goal to have to increase the amount of manufacturing output.
I think that, I mean, it is a big market here in the U.S. It's not nowhere near what it used to be.
Sorry, Tom. Look, I just want to make it clear. I'm not against that. I'm fine either way. You can increase.
No. I didn't say you did. I was explaining what. My problem was that you made it seem like there's nobody here in the U.S. that would even do those jobs. That's absolutely not true.
Well, don't be too extreme. I think the majority of people, particularly with the younger generation, I don't think any of them. I haven't run into any that are like, "Hey, man, I want a job in manufacturing." I just haven't run into it. Maybe you know more people than I do, but.
Well, I live in an area. I live in an area where there's a lot of manufacturing, though. So that's probably why you don't run into them. I run into them all the time.
I gotcha.
So I see them around here. It's not that I'm in manufacturing or anything like that, but I know there's a lot of people in this area that do those kind of jobs, and they're not immigrants. They're actual American citizens that they're first, second, and not even first generation. They're usually second or third generation Americans that are working in these plants. We also have.
Are they having a problem finding jobs though, or are they?
No, actually, it depends. It really depends yes and no. Like, there's a lot of people around here that are bitching that they don't want to work and they don't want to do these type of jobs. Yeah, that's absolutely the case. And a lot of these companies are struggling to keep people in them, so the wages go up. And if that keeps being the case, eventually they will leave this. They will have to leave the country because their profit margins will drop substantially.
Yeah,
So there
it's
are
just
some
that
businesses that are struggling. There's some that are not.
yeah.
You have to take it business by business in order to get a clear overview. But like I said, this where I live, that's a huge part of our economy here. But we also have like insurance companies too, like out the fucking ass. Like, there's more insurance companies in this fucking state than any other fucking state in the U.S. It's literally the insurance capital of the fucking world, and that blows my mind. So
Yeah,
like
you know
the
what's
market
interesting?
here is just complex, just like everywhere else in
Most
the U.S.
Yeah, but see, most countries in the world would actually envy our position of having an economy that's service based.
Yeah.
That's almost like the final stages. It means that our manufacturing, our food output, um, the efficiency is so high that we can have 90% of our employable population in services. That's an enviable position. And I don't want to debate on whether it's a good idea to take us back to a more manufacturing based economy. I just more interested in how realistic and how can we actually go about doing that? Because if we do, it's going to require a lot of sacrifices. And if the majority of people are not into that, then it might be hard to convince people of making changes necessary.
Well, the only way you can convince people is wages to take jobs, and lack of other opportunities. So if we move towards an industrial uh, country, it would there has to be a demand for jobs in order for that to succeed. I mean, that's literally it.
So,
And
Chris,
the wages
sorry,
have to entice them.
let me share my experience in developing industrial regions of the world. It sucks, man. Yeah, everybody's got a factory job, but you got no services, man. You gotta do everything yourself. I mean, there's just no services, man. You forget Uber Eats. You got no services. And that type of economy is manufacturing based, it's export based. Um, Wages are low. Everybody's just busy doing stuff. There's not enough efficiency for services to exist, right? Yeah, forget buying insurance. I mean, even legal services aren't there, right? I mean, you got to settle debt like by gunpoint.
Well, I mean, you're just assuming that manufacturing will be the only thing, and I totally agree. Having one type of industry in any country is bad, but the U.S. has multiple industries, everything from gaming to internet-based to uh, fast food, Uber Eats, manufacturing, textile, production. We have massive amounts of different types of companies in our country. So we're not limited to just one thing. And in the U.S., when there's a void, somebody tends to fill it. So if people have a demand for Uber Eats explodes. When people get tired of
By
it,
the way,
which by the way has been happening, people are starting to not use it, and they're actually starting to struggle. If you watch the market, Uber Eats is actually on a downward trend and could collapse. And I actually predicted a collapse in the next 3 to 4 years because the expense on the consumer is becoming too high, and people, when you order something from there, it's usually 3 times more expensive than if you just go and get it. And so you start seeing markets that, like Uber Eats, they start shrinking whenever they get too big and they become too greedy. So we don't have one type of thing. We have multiples, and when there's a vacuum or a void, somebody will fill it.
well, look, an economy is first split from private versus public sectors, and then the private sector can be further split. Both of them actually can be
Yeah.
split between manufacturing and service, and then of course those can further, those are further
But even
split
more.
up
Yep.
too.
Yep.
But ultimately, there's an interesting thing though I want to point out with the data, software development, Uber, things like that. That is classified as part of the service economy,
I know.
not manufacturing.
Well, I know.
So
Well,
that's kind
I
of
was saying,
interesting, right? I mean,
yeah. Well, I mean, but like I said, we have a very complex system here in the U.S. There are parts in this town that's all service. Like, there's parts in this town that's just nothing but services. Uh, but there's sectors on the outskirts that's all manufacturing and industrial and textile, and we can break it down more and more and more and more. But then we have this whole region of our state that's just nothing but food production in some kind of form, whether it's growing it, raising it, whatever. That's a huge part of the economy here, and it's the biggest part of our
how,
economy.
how
So,
about this? Instead of trying to get the private sector to manufacture more, why don't we just have more public works? That's building stuff.
well, that's the problem that I actually, this is something that me and Roy have actually discussed. And even Roy, I think, is kind of on my side on this. I think that the government needs to get out of this business of trying to regulate or self heal or attempt to mingle in our economy or in the governance of people. It needs to be shot down to actual people in general. It doesn't need, the government needs to step back. I think this is something that me and him talked about quite a bit this week. And the metacortex is pretty much that. It's the government getting its hands off of everything and allowing the people to actually take over and do everything. Am I correct, Roy?
Yeah, I mean, it takes some. There's a lot of nuance and context there, but yeah. Well, I mean, there. I don't know, man, because it's hard to. It's hard for me to separate like what I see as an idealistic solution and what's like a practical solution that you could do at this current moment. So, I mean, there's some thinkers that see that it was great government policy like the New Deal, right? When you had the government step in and start spending on infrastructure and public projects like what Joe's talking about. So I don't know, maybe that could be a viable option from where we are now. I don't see that as the silver bullet or anything, but I don't know, an option.
Well, that's the thing I want to respond to, Leopard Ho. If their main motivation had nothing to do with money, then we wouldn't be in this mess to begin with. He's referring to the comment prior, which is our government has been captured by capital interests. And that's the part that I think a lot of us want to get out of our government is people. That's these capitalists are regulating themselves at this point, and they want to keep control. And by removing a lot of the power that our government has in regulating these companies, it allows for more expansion in the markets. Less government, I think, is a good thing. That's one of the things that, like, I don't agree with a lot of things that Republicans say. I don't agree with a lot of things that Democrats say. But I think Reagan said it best that when the government comes knocking, they're not there to help. So all these times that we see the government trying to regulate any of these industries or trying to expand them, or it usually ends up harming them 99% of the time. And we need to stop doing that and let the markets handle that, because I think that it's the only way we're going to get anywhere. So I think we need to pull back and move more towards local control.
Well, I think what's wrong is with the manufacturing thing is that the US top 10 companies doesn't have a single plant in America, I guess.
Say that again. The top 10 companies are what? Not located in America? Is that what you said?
We like the top 10 companies like Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple, they don't manufacture in USA.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
But those are not manufacturing companies. They're service companies.
I mean,
Tech
well,
is part of the service sector.
I mean the iPhones are manufactured in China, and Nvidia GPUs are manufacturing in Taiwan.
But most of Apple's business model is service. It's actually not the tech.
Ah, but even if we take Tesla as example, 80% of its manufacturing is done in China.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder, huh? Why would an American company
Yeah, I mean
manufacture in another?
top 10 companies which have like billions of dollars to spend on a manufacturing plant.
You know, I mean, I
They are
think
not
the
doing it.
difference is big.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, we don't have a favorable environment, but you gotta understand, Tesla is so much a tech and growth story. It's not really a manufacturing story, right? Most people consider Tesla to be a tech company.
Well, they pretty much are.
The manufacturing that the current administration is talking about is the old school stuff. You know, just manufacturing and producing all this cottage industry stuff that has, at this point in time, because of our position in the world economy, I mean, have fun going back to that is all I'm saying. I don't, you know, I don't agree with the goal to begin with, but I don't disagree with it. But if we're gonna go about doing it, then we have to be clear on what we're talking about, right? Okay, we're not talking about, you know, expanding Silicon Valley here. That's not what they're talking about when they're talking about manufacturing.
Okay, I want to answer left word ho for a second.
All right, make it quick because
So
I gotta end the stream
get off.
pretty
Okay.
shortly.
I'll make it quick. You make this assumption that your viewpoints are right, and that whatever you. I don't think that banning vaccines is actually. I don't think anybody wants to ban every vaccine, and the ones that do, they're a minority in our country. A lot of people do think vaccines are important as long as they're been a lot of testing or whatever. You have very very one-sided views, and you want your stuff to be pushed on everybody. Moving stuff down to the state means that those areas get to decide, and your viewpoints aren't all right. You just are making the assumption they are. And that's the problem with politics and with people. They think that they're right no matter what. I don't think I'm right on half my opinions, and the fact that you think that you're right is shows how limited your view is.
What are we? What is he? What was
What are we
this?
talking about
What
here?
was this? Yeah. What was the statement that you're responding to? Like what is
Okay,
the?
he made a statement that Texas doesn't have a right to regulate body autonomy by women. That's not what Texas actually is doing, and that's a misrepresentation of what the laws say.
Who said that?
You
Who said that?
left word ho earlier. That's actually not what the laws are doing. They do regulate
Wait.
certain
I'm
things.
not getting it.
I don't actually have an opinion on that law. My state actually does the same as similar laws, and we're fighting to get that stuff overturned. But you think that you're right on that, and there's people who literally look at what about the baby's autonomy?
Hold on. Right on what? Right on what? Can you clarify?
Abortion ban is what he was talking about. Abortion.
When were we talking about abortion?
But you don't empathize with the baby. There are people that empathize with the baby. You're only empathizing with the woman.
Who are you talking about here? When were we talking about
Leftward,
abortion?
it's in the
Commented.
conversation.
Someone
Anyways,
commented about it.
I
So
thought we were
we
talking about manufacturing and terrorists.
yeah, we are. Leftward Ho is talking about shrinking the government. I mean, and he's making a very generalization that only his stuff needs to be pushed, and that's what I'm pushing back on. That's why I'm bringing up the abortion thing. That is a very uh, complex
Oh, we're talking about
issue.
the chat?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
I'm
chat.
confused.
It's a very you only think that your stuff needs to be pushed. There are people that have different viewpoints than you, and you only think you're right. And that's just not how our country works.
has to be
Yes, it is. It's
has to be
very
a,
complex.
has to be a conversation. Yeah,
Yeah, it needs to be a full conversation.
if you think the answer is simple,
But
then chances are you haven't looked into it enough. Even something.
yep,
I mean, what it comes down to is that a lot of these rules affect very different people in very different situations, and to say that they're all the same is overgeneralization. And so if you actually go down and work at an abortion clinic, like my wife did for a while, you can see that there's all different circumstances where that happens, and so it is a complex discussion to have, and yeah.
There's valid
So
arguments on both sides
keep
of that.
just
by
keep
the
your
way.
mind open,
Yeah,
right?
very
And
interesting.
overconfidence is a bad sign. This is actually a good metacognitive technique. If you feel very upset, passionate, angry about something, if you have extremely strong feelings about one particular issue, then usually it's the case that it's coming out of a sort of a fear response, right? So some kind of mild trauma or even heavy trauma that's surrounding that circumstance, and a lack of knowledge about just the diversity of experiences surrounding whatever that is. So what you want is to be very open-minded, and because you don't need to, like, think about it this way: you actually don't need to be right in this moment. Like, there's no reason, no one's here. This isn't a competition or anything right now. So no one of us needs to be right. None of us is winning when we make a statement, right? We're not going to convince anyone in this channel of anything that we say at this moment. It's not a game of who's right, who's wrong. This is about growing and taking in different perspectives. And you never actually have to make a decision or be right about any one thing at the moment until you actually have to act on your convictions. And then at that point, obviously, you have to make a choice. But you can always be open, right? So that's the whole thing. That's the whole reason for this channel right here, is that we can talk about different things, and all of us can be humble in sharing our beliefs, and we can learn from each other. So, which makes a good little closing statement. I value you. Thanks for being here. Leftward Ho. By the way, is that a West Side Connection reference? Where are you going? Westward Ho? Is that a West Side Connection? You're not open to banning abortion? Well, you don't have to be open to banning. You can still have the belief that, you can still have your beliefs, but just be open to listening to other people's beliefs, right? That's the whole thing. So I'm gonna, thanks Joe, thanks clowns. I'm going to raise a glass and express my deepest thanks and appreciation for all of you people to have the courage. And by the way,
Likewise.
thanks for getting on here. I know our visitor guest speaker from India.
Well, my name is Sahil.
Sahil, thank you very much.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah,
Thanks for coming on. Thanks for engaging, and I hope you have a wonderful weekend, and come back next time and chat again if you'd like to. Come back with some notes or research papers or links to cool media, and that's what we're here to, just spread good ideas and become better thinkers. All right, with that, thanks for the tea. Thanks for the thoughts. Thanks for the memories, everybody. I'll be back next week, so tune in. And
Well put.
Yeah.
Well said.
Take care, everyone.
Yeah, for sure.
Take care, guys. See you, everyone.